Evangelos has graduated from Cambridge University, and he has been researching Muslim-Christian encounters in the late Paleologan period, in the late Byzantine period. He's also a research associate at the Hellenic Institute, and at the moment he is serving at the Greek Ministry of Education as a teacher. Evangelos specializes, as I mentioned before, in Christian Byzantine and Muslim Ottoman intellectual interactions in the 14th and 15th centuries. He has done research on Ottoman Islam, early Ottoman history, the emergence of Islam in the Balkans, and the history of Byzantine literature on Islam, what we usually call anti-Islamic treatises, which is, as he explained to me, a not accurate term, between the 8th and the 15th century. He has also translated into modern Greek a number of Byzantine sources on Christian and Muslim theological encounters, and also treatises, Byzantine treatises on Islam. And he is now preparing for publication his thesis on religious intellectual encounters between Byzantium and the Ottomans in the 14th century, examining the case of Gregory Palamas. Evangele, the floor is yours.
Right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for everything. Jack, thank you so much for helping me. Hello and greetings from Sara, Greece. I live in a small isolated island. I know you have never come across with Ireland, haven't you? Do you know Psara?
We have my generation has learned by heart «Στον ψαρόντιν ολόμα βρυράχη, περπατώντας η δόξα μονάχη».
Right. All right.
The glorious island.
Yes, it's a very small, isolated island. All right. I'm going to read my presentation. Before I start, I would like to say that it's a quite new project for me and quite challenging. Definitely, I need to do more research on what I'm going to present right now to you. So I'm starting my presentation. Theological interactions and encounters between Christian and Muslims are quite frequent in Byzantine sources of the 13th and 14th century. Byzantine scholars and emperors have the opportunity to conduct lengthy religious discussions with Muslim scholars and compose extensive treatises on Islam. On the other hand, the Seljuk and the Ottoman sources on Muslim-Christian theological encounters in the 13th and 14th century are till now rather scarce. A short mention to this topic one may found in the anonymous Ottoman Turkish frontier epic wonders tales, such as Batalname, Danismendname, and Saltikname, as well as the Sufis ones, Hacı Bektaş Veli, Vilayetname, and the Mevlana Jalaluddin Rumi's Menakib al-Arifin. The paper will focus on the Muslim-Christian theological encounters with particular reference to Rumi's work Menakib al-Arifin. The work was compiled in 1318 by Ahmet Eflaki, who was a disciple of Rumi's grandson, Uli Arif Çelebi. The Mevlevi order played a considerable role in the conversion of Christian population within the Balkan Peninsula and in smoothing the path of Muslim advance through their missionary activities. The latter were initially established in Anatolia during the 13th century, and their founding was noticeably supported later by the first Ottoman sultans. So far, little attention has been paid to a geographical account of Rumi's Menakib al-Arifin in the wider context of Muslim-Christian theological encounters. The well-known Turkish scholar Köprülü Fuad was the first to present dervishes as one main actors in the religious life in the region of Anatolia, offering at the same time valuable spiritual support to the first Ottoman sultans. By the same token, Barkan Lutfi, in his research, focused on his dervishes' endowments as a way of a settlement and colonization of urban centers and countrysides. A group of other scholars moved a step further, studying the syncretic and missionary spirit of these proselytizing dervishes as the main agents regarding the Islamization of Christians. The study provides valuable information on how this order operated, particularly in the mid-13th century. The aim is to present what the Menakib al-Arifin tell us about the Muslim-Christian theological encounters, the diffusion and the development of Islam in Anatolia, that period equation. The examination of these discussions helps to assess Rumi's theological knowledge and stance over Christianity. It also contributes to a general understanding of Rumi's dialogical skills. A close examination of this source material would shed more light on their identity as well as the social, political, and religious conditions of these encounters, which represents a unique case in interfaith dialogues. Subsequently, this will help to understand how prone to dialogue Muslim interlocutors were. Studying the Muslim-Christian encounter, this Sufi source proposes a new angle and a more holistic appreciation of the medieval culture of disputation between the two faiths in the 13th century. I first look at the sociopolitical and religious motives that led Rumi to conduct theological meetings with Christians. Next, I shed light on the structure of these meetings. I also study where, when these encounters are taking place and why. I then examine the protagonists of these encounters and how they are presenting in these accounts. I explore the attitudes and modes of behavior of the two sides. I argue what kind of doctrinal arguments are exchanged within these meetings. Finally, I try to show to what degree Rumi did dialogue with Christian counterparts. To begin with, the city of Konya provided an almost ideal backdrop for Rumi's theological and intellectual achievements. Konya, that period, became the capital of the Seljuk Empire of Rome. The Seljuks built a new palace and citadel and completed the construction of a grand mosque in Konya. After the Mongols' invasion in Khorasan, Rumi's father, Baha'u'llah, a theologian, jurist, and a mystical scholar, found refuge in Konya. The Seljuk Sultan, Alauddin Kayubdan I, called him to his capital and settled him with his family. Baha'u'llah soon obtained a position at the main medrese in the region. The medrese may have been relatively new, as the Seljuk dynasty was actively funding the establishment of new seminaries in Anatolia during this period. The medrese offered both his father and Rumi a forum to teach Islam. Over time, these cultural and religious influences and stability will help Rumi to become a higher popular and influential speaker. Moreover, the fact that Rumi developed close relations and gained the favor of the Seljuk elite may have been a further motive for his social and religious advance. The influence of representatives of unorthodox Islam is noticeable in the Seljuk court. Following the Mongol invasion in the region of Konya in 1243, Rumi maintained relationships with both the remaining Seljuk authorities, who operated under Mongol oversight, and with the Mongol rulers themselves. He deliberately avoided provocative confrontation, believing that religious scholars should remain above secular political disputes and instead serve as guides for political leaders. Rumi addressed specific passages from his prose work called the Discourses to both Seljuk and Mongol rulers. One notable instance recounts how he warned the Mongol Amir Parvana not to form alliances with the Tartars that would harm the Syrians and Egyptians, as such alliances would ultimately threaten Islam itself. Rumi describes how the Emir listened to his counsel and expressed gratitude for his advice. In addition, since his order was more urban-oriented than many other dervish groups, it enhanced the respectability among the Seljuk sultans and emirs. According to Eflaki, Rumi is, open quote, the judge. Should he ask for a city and undertake, he is able to have it. Everyone is devoted to him, unquote. With his excellent education, persuasive manner of speech, and personal charm, Rumi was evidently regarded by both the Seljuks and the Mongols as a well-known advisor. An additional motive of these conversations may have been the efforts of the dervish orders to display their political religious power over the Sunni Orthodox Muslim leaders. The constant conflicts of the heterodox dervishes with the Sunni Muslim were habitual, and the desire of the heterodox to be established in Anatolia region was perceived. The late 13th century work Fustat al-Adala al-Sultana, composed in Anatolia by a certain Sunni scholar named Muhammad al-Qadi, provides some enlightening information on the ideas, practices, and expansion of the deviant dervish group known generally as the Qalandars. According to the author, the Qalandars are considered disgraceful, and therefore he advises his reader to stay away from them. The latter Sufis used to have close relationship with the Mevlevi order. Thus, there might be a similar biased behavior of Sunni Orthodox Muslims towards the Mevlevi order. From the above, one may conclude that these groups introduced many novelties and led rulers and lay Muslim astray from their original Orthodox path. The representatives of the Orthodox Sunni Islam possibly had been threatened by the presence of Rums's order, as the latter succeed political and economic influence and managed to ensure their religious status and thus increase his superiority. It seems that between the two groups, the competition was intense, since the dervishes achieved to attain more success through the missionary work, becoming the champions of the faith. Corroborating the above argument, an additional motive for these encounters may have been the prevailing syncretism among the dervish orders of that period in Anatolia. Contemporary orders were the Akis, the Kalandaris, and the Bektasi order. According to Eflaki, Rumi had close ties with the first two. The Menakib al-Arifin referred to an anecdote where Rumi told to his Berber that he is envious of the Kalandaris order because they have no beard at all. On the other hand, there is no information about any connections or rivalries between the Bektasi and the Mevlevi order. Both Haji Bektas Veli himself originated from Khorasan, as did many of Rumi's disciples and his successors. Two of the most notable parallels between these two orders are their vigorous colonization of large parts of Anatolia and their intense missionary zeal. In addition, comparing the two major dervish accounts, one may notice a syncretism between them. With regard to our topic in question, both in Haji Bektas Veli's Vilayet Nameh and in the Mevlevi account, Menakib al-Arifin, theological interactions and encounters between Muslims and Christians are quite frequent. Also, in terms of structure, one may notice some similarities between them. The Bektasiya account presents Haji Bektas Veli as having initiated theological meetings with Christian monks in the region near Cappadocia and visiting a Christian monk in an island under the realm of the Franks and having theological discussion with him. His audience is often the high Christian clergy who are astonished by his speech, accept his preaching and wisdom, and finally convert to Islam. By the same token, in the Menakib al-Arifin, anecdotes of religious meetings between Muslims and Christians are also abundant. The above account also depicts Rumi frequently visiting a Christian monastery near Konya, where he had long theological discussions with monks and performed a number of miracles. In another anecdote, Rumi's disciples used to travel to Constantinople, visiting Christian monasteries and manifesting their interest in Christianity. Many of these stories present the Christian clergy as accepting the teachings of Rumi and converting to Islam. From the above, one may deduce that both accounts of the two dervish orders present their accounts with Christians almost in the same way. They also illustrate the general policy towards the Christians, setting line on cases of conversion and the spread of superiority of Islam in the region of Anatolia. During a period when these dervish orders sought the favor of the Muslim ruler, inevitable antagonism arose between them. In addition, a further motive for this Muslim-Christian theological encounter is the fact that Rumi is presented as a fervent missionary. According to Eflaki, Rumi feels blessed to come to Asia Minor to proselytize Christians and teach them the right dogma. He states, quote, "You drew me from Khorasan to mix among the Greeks, so that will be produce a good religious path," unquote. By settling in this region of Konya, Rumi was aware of the richness of the cultural and religious heritage of the place and of the need to adapt to the new, very particular sensitivity of the Anatolians. Moreover, Rumi may have been influenced by his father's missionary spirit. Baha'u'llah visited Chios, where he engaged in theological discussion with the Genoese ruler and Christian religious leaders. As a result, 2 priests and 5 monks converting to his teachings, and the local people increasingly regarded Baha'u'llah as the second Messiah. Thus, Anatolia have been one of the earliest promises of Rumi's missionary efforts towards Christianity. Beyond Rumi's work, the disorganization of the ecclesiastical administration in the 14th century in Asia Minor provided additional impetus for the dervish order to assert their political religious power. In the late 11th and 12th century, the Turkish conquerors often seized the property and frequently the leadership of various Christian dioceses. The reconquest by Alexius and John Comnenus preserved the church's presence in northern and western Anatolia, while the stability imposed by the sultans prevented the complete disappearance of the church in central and eastern region. Nevertheless, the Christian Orthodox Church witnessed the striking of a large number of dioceses in Asia Minor. Furthermore, Christian monks and priests continued to be the last bastion of Christian resistance to Islamization that period, and this may consider Rumi's clear motives to debate with them. The Christian church, unlike the Byzantine state, was one of the key players of resistance both to the power of Islam and to the Seljuk and later Ottoman pursuit of dominion. Many of these stories in the Menakebal Arifin present the Christian clergy as being inferior, accepting Rumi's teaching and embracing Islam. One may conclude, for these dervishes, the Christian clergy was indeed a threat that needed to be eliminated. From a structural perspective, the Menakebal Arifin narrates approximately 10 anecdotes of these Muslim Christian meetings. Examining the chapter of the Menakebal Arifin that includes the Muslim Christian anecdotes reveals that there is an exceptionally rich collection of accounts, with its propagandistic purpose embedded in the circumstantial details drawn mainly from everyday life. It is evident that the discussions within this Muslim Christian anecdote, like almost of the texts in this account, are concise in content. Moreover, the interactions between Rumi and the Christians are primarily narrative in nature, with only occasional brief questions and answers between the two sides. Moving next, one could argue that the locations Rumi chose to encounter Christians was indebted to showcase his religious authority. The encounters took place after Rumi had returned back to Konya from his education in the eminent Islamic colleges of Aleppo and Damascus in Syria. In addition, Persian Sufism was also flourishing in that period. Upon his returning, Rumi had already become the new master of Konya's Ismailian Medrese, and his reputation was widely well known. He succeeded his father completely, gained numerous followers, and was honored with his father title, the Great Master. Rumi's close relation with the eminent Sufi Persian scholar and poet of his time, Sam al-Tabrizi, raised significantly the reputation of the former. Referring to the places, as well as the protagonists, where these Muslim Christian encounters occurred, Rumi may attempt once again to assert his spiritual authority. These encounters were mainly held in the city center of Konya and its province. Concerning the city center, many of the incidents take place in the main marketplace and other public buildings, such as bazaars, bathhouses, as well as religious sites like mosques. Those of the provinces were in major Christian monasteries outside of the city. The first monastery of these theological encounters occurred at the monastery of St. Hariton, 9th century, located near Konya. It was placed at the crossroads of the east and on the route that connected the Holy Land with Byzantium. Carved almost entirely into the rocks of a steep, narrow valley, it was also known as Ak Manastir in Turkish, White Monastery, because of the white rocks that surround it. For the Greeks of the Konya region, the monastery was a precious part of their history and traditions, the most important of their Christian venerations. The second monastery mentioned in the Menakebal Arifin was outside of Constantinople. However, the latter account does not provide any information. One may assume, though, that it must have been of great importance due to its closeness with the Byzantine capital. Rumi possibly wished to demonstrate his affiliations with the major monastic center of Constantinople. Even if the story setting were merely a product of the author's imagination, however unlikely that may be, the fact remains that Rumi was well acquainted with the region and its important monastic communities around Constantinople during that era. Next, it is important to know that the Christian protagonists with whom Rumi engaged theologically were not incidental. Within the city, Rumi encounters with local lay Christians of middle-income groups, such as merchants, artisans, and painters, even drunks and murderers. These individuals consisted of unmarried young men from the artisan classes. In many anecdotes are given the names of a Christian, as in the case of Therianus, a Christian murderer. Interestingly, the story of Therianus is particularly significant, as it represents the most detailed case of conversion in the Menakebal Arifin. In this instance, an individual who had committed a crime was rehabilitated and transformed into a valuable member of the Muslim community. In another anecdote, the conversion of the Greek iconographer named Colloquium was achieved through intellectual persuasion. During his lifetime, Rumi maintained positive and harmonious relations with a diverse range of groups. Emir Kamal al-Din attempted to defame Rumi and his followers by portraying them as ordinary people. Open quotes. The disciples of our master are for the most part ordinary people and artisans. The learned men and people of merit, frequently them rarely. Everywhere there is a tailor, a cotton merchant, a grocer, he accepts as a disciple. Unquote. Regarding the protagonist outside of Konya, he engaged in extending theological discussions with the Christian clergy. From the above, it could contend that the places where these encounters are held and the social classes of the Christians who participate have their own purpose. The Mevlevi order identified and described the geographical areas in which interfaith dialogue will take place. They also attempted to control as many places of Christian worship as possible. With respect to the Christian protagonists, the primary aim of these accounts is to highlight the crucial role played by dervish circles in the conversion of individuals Christians to Islam. These encounters illustrate how the Mevlevi order contributed to the development of a Muslim society composed largely of converts in Anatolia. This order, staffed by zealous missionaries, embraced marginalized Christians. The frequent mention of Christian monks and priests underscores their significance as they often serve as the final defender of Christian resistance. In terms of attitude, Rumi adopts a moderate approach towards his Christian audience. He is the one who takes the initiative to begin the conversation. Rumi depicts himself as calm and patient, listening to Christian views. Throughout the encounters, he remains steadfast in his views, without, however, expressing any theological hostility towards Christianity. In the anecdote of indigenous Greek painters in Anatolia, Rumi remarks upon receiving the icon from Constantinople, open quotes, "Let us gaze upon this spirit in tablet. It was painted with great beauty and subtlety," unquote. This may reflect an appreciation among Muslims for the aesthetic qualities of Christian art, despite in contrasting with Islam's strict stance of aniconism. On the other hand, Christians are presenting as passive observers and not as active participants. Eflaki depicts the lay Christians interlocutors as being quite receptive to Rumi's preaching and ultimately accepting the Islamic beliefs. Concerning the Christian clergy, Rumi consistently conveys his deepest feelings. He frequently describes them using heartfelt epithets such as great, dear, deeply learned, and sincere. He never forgets to convey his warm greetings to them through his delegation disciples. Likewise, the Christian monks, both in the monasteries of Constantinople and in Hariton, show an amicable behavior towards Rumi, praising and honoring him. What is particularly interesting about Muslim-Christian encounters in Rumi's account is the absence of any insulting characterization of Christians. In their encounters, there is a mutual respect and complete sincerity. Rumi maintains unusually positive and harmonious relations. On the contrary, unlike the other epic works of that period, such as the Bataname, the Smendame, Saltikname, as well as the Ottoman chronicles by Asik Pasasadeh and Nesri, Christians are typically depicted in a derogatory manner. With regard to the theological arguments exchange, Rumi moved the discussion to controversial theological questions. The anecdote of these Muslim Christian encounters, Rumi, through the voice of a Christian monk who lives in a monastery near Constantinople, presents his initial anti-Christian argument drawing from the Quran. More specifically, Rumi underlines the fundamental principle of Islam, that is the oneness of God. Open quote. "Say, O Prophet, praise be to Allah and peace be upon the servants He has chosen. Ask them, which is better, Allah or whatever gods they associate with Him?" Unquote. This question challenges the belief in false gods. Rumi arguments instructs the Muslims to argue against attributing an offspring as the sonhood of Christ is a blasphemy, and on the other hand, to confirm God's total oneness. Muslim exegetes quite often relied on the above Quranic verses to refute the Trinity as a plurality of divinities, as contrasting to the oneness. Jesus was a human being, not a divine part of the Holy Trinity. Hence, Rumi's quotation was followed by the polemical thrust of traditional Islamic methodology of Trinitarian refutation. All this leads one to suspect his arguments appear to the product of the Quranic exegesis, tafsir, and shows that Rumi relied on the previous Islamic tradition of refuting these Christian beliefs. Moving next, Rumi continues the same line of arguing about God's absolutely oneness, but this time is clearer. The anecdote of Tyrianus ends with Rumi bringing up the issue of divinity of Jesus Christ. Rumi asked the new convert, open quotes, what do these Christian priests and these Christian men of learning say regarding the reality of Jesus, peace be upon him? He, Tyrianus, replied, they call him God. Mevlana said, after this, tell them, our Muhammad is more God. Our Muhammad is more God. Our Muhammad is more God. Unquote. Following the Islamic defense, Rumi once again articulates area of difference and rejects the divinity of Jesus. In order to promote his missionary work, Rumi wishes to finish this anecdote by contrasting Jesus' divinity to the new convert and directly pointed out the prophethood of Muhammad's mission. Rumi's aim was to know the inauthenticity of this teaching, to indicate Jesus' human nature and to deny his divinity as a threat to the answers of God as mentioned above. Rumi's triple quote that Muhammad is more God aims to present the weakness and the rejection of the Christian dogma. For Rumi, the Prophet Muhammad is the one who undertook the most important and greatest mission, and the one who conveyed the last universal divine message. Apart from the Quran, Rumi's next argument in his Muslim-Christian encounters echoes from the Hadith, this time where he wishes to praise Muhammad's virtues. This particular quote is mentioned in the anecdote where he meets the abbot of a monastery outside of Constantinople and exchanging prostration. He states, open quote, since our Sultan, our Prophet, uttered the following hadith, blessed is the man whom God has given wealth, beauty, honor, and dominion, and who is generous with his wealth, chaste in his beauty, humble in his honor, and just in his dominion. He emphasized, unquote, he emphasized the importance of following the Prophet's humility. The above quotation instructs the Muslim how to be gentle and humble. According to Rumi, Muhammad is the one with the most beautiful moral qualities and attributes. The Prophet's characters, Mevlana stated, is completely composed of grace and generosity. He is the epitome of patience, of compassion and mercy. The Prophet came with the mission of saving people from ignorance, show them the truth, the right, the good, and thus establishing a moral society. As in this example, by doing so, said that both he and his interlocutors should be guided to embody the morality exemplified by Muhammad. The attitude of Rumi in these Muslim-Christian meetings here seems to be apologetic and he is fixated on comparisons. Thus, one may notice that Rumi in this issue adopted Ottoman styles as he mainly focused on promoting the Islamic theological positions to their own advance. Therefore, Rumi, as presented in the Flaki, wished to point out fundamental issues that have been continued to be the focus in all theological debates since the 8th century, when the first theological debates between the two religions occurred. Lastly, one particular observation is that Rumi uses quotations from the Quran and the Hadith in the anecdotes where he encounters with the Christian clergy, whereas in the other cases with individual Christians, there is no clear reference on the Islamic sources. Now, regarding the question of whether Rumi did dialogue with his Christian counterparts, it looks like Rumi debated, but he could not dialogue in the Socratic sense of conducting open-ended discussion. The end of these Muslim-Christian encounters was always a foregone conclusion. Rumi's aim is to spread Islam and convert the Christians despite the fact that he remains dialogical. This attitude renders Rumi participation an exercise in proselytizing rather than a real dialogue. to the question whether a genuine dialogue was achievable between Muslims and Christians that time of period in Anatolia, one may argue that a mission was an essential part for the dervish order. A mere debate was not enough. In the foregoing, I have tried to argue that these anecdotes offer a great deal of information about Rumi's and his Christian counterparts' personality and religious status. The theological meetings were held within different time frames, in different locations, with different participants and assemblies, all of the similar sociopolitical and religious backgrounds. The anecdotes also illustrate how Rumi and his order play a key role in shaping a Muslim society in Anatolia and their intentions to reinforce their religious unity, enhance Muslim authority over Christians, and establish the superiority of Islam during the political dominance of the Seljuks. As for the theological meetings, one can see the complex relations and coexistence between Rumi and Christians. Rumi appears to hold the more apologetic stance of the Christian attitude during their theological discussions. His approach reflects both his own social background and the general Islamic intellectual attitude to the other. His objective was to participate in a discussion in order to convert others, as he made it clear. One may notice that during their meetings there was freedom of expression, freedom of movement, and a mutual respect to each other. Theologically speaking, Christian doctrines and practices were scrutinized through the lens of Islamic texts, i.e., the Quran and Hadith, and were criticized as being deviant or lacking according to Islamic standards. Finally, there is no doubt that these accounts were a sample of Muslim-Christian theological encounters, and they may have been a guide or given the lacuna of primary Seljuk Ottoman sources up to the present time on this issue. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Evangele, for your paper, and we will have the opportunity to ask questions and to offer suggestions and some ideas after during the discussion after the delivery of all papers. It is my pleasure to now present our next speaker, Dr. Chrysovalandis Kyriakou, who is a graduate of Royal Holloway, and he is now serving as a lecturer in ecclesiastical history at the Theological School of the Church of Cyprus and in other positions in Cyprus. His specialty is the history of Christianity in Cyprus and other Eastern Mediterranean areas, from the late antiquity to the early modern period. Chrysovalandis is a prolific writer. He has written extensively on the ecclesiastical history of the island, exploring themes of hagiographical identity throughout the Middle Ages and beyond. Today, he will present his research on Orthodox monks, Armenian lords, Seljuk sultans, the Latins in Cyprus, and a manuscript reading Ευθύμιος Ζυγαβηνός' Panoplia Dogmatiki in 13th century Eastern Mediterranean. Chrysovalandis.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. And I will be sharing with you the chaos of my desktop. Okay. Do you see my screen?
Yes, it is very clear.
Okay.
And very beautiful.
The incarceration and execution by the Latins of the monks of Kandara, 1231, is a well-known episode in the history of Orthodox Latin relations after the Crusader conquest of Cyprus in 1191. Before their clash with the Latins and subsequent martyrdom, the nucleus of the monastic community of Kandara had come to Cyprus from Kalonoros in Atalia for reasons related to the Seljuk conquest of 1221. One of the monks, the manuscript copyist, poet and theologian Makarios, later renamed Maximos, is also the author of a brief polemical text on Islam. The text, preserved in Vaticanus Palatinus Graecus 367, is a confession of faith following a compilation of excerpts from Ευθύμιος Ζυγαβηνός' Panoplia Dogmatiki. 。 . 。  . 。 . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Zygapinos was the editor-in-chief of a larger group of theologians preparing a compilation of patristic texts that formed a manual against various heterodox groups. Panoplia Dogmatiki was composed at the order of Emperor Alexios I Komnenos. We can see him on the screen, and was probably presented to him in 1113-1114. This paper explores the possible circumstances behind Makarios's possible copying of Panoplia Dogmatiki in defense of Eastern Roman Orthodoxy. It also seeks to interpret the reasons behind the migration of Eastern Romans from Seljuk Kalonoros to Frankish Cyprus and understand better the role of refugee monks as guardians of the Orthodox tradition. Since there is no published critical edition of the full text of Panoplia Dogmatiki, scholars still depend on Minius' edition of 1865 in the Patrologia Graeca, which preserves Makarios' confession as part of Zygapinos' work at column 1360 CD, without any reference to Makarios' authorship. In 1917, Giuseppe Mercati was the first scholar to point out that Makarios Kaloridis was, in fact, the author of the last paragraph of Panoplia Dogmatikis' chapter on Islam. Mercati also published a diplomatic edition of the text from Vaticanus Palatinus Graecus 367, folio 68 recto. You can see the folio on your screen, in which Makarios' authorship is indicated by the rubric Makariou. Here it is, Makariou. The edition on your screen preserves the linguistic forms of the manuscript, making minor grammatical corrections and applying modern punctuation to enhance the clarity of the text. Μακαρίου. Ταύτα τα μυθώδη λυρήματα του ψευδονύμου Μωάμεδ, δια τούτο εντάφθε γράφησαν, ως αν χριστιανοί ταύτα ορώντες, καταγελώσιν αυτόν και τους αυτού μαθητάς, και διαπτύουσι την αυτόν πλάνιντε και απώλειαν. Και την των χριστιανών πεφωτισμένην και υπερήλιον λάμπουσαν ορθόδοξον πίστην υπερυψούντες, και των σωτήρα Χριστών και Θεών ημών ευχαριστούντες μεγαλύνομεν, και δοξάζομεν την αυτού άπειρον αγαθότητα και ευεργεσία. Ότι ελυτρώσατο ημάστη αυτού ευσπλαχνία, εκ ταύτης της μεμισεμένης πλάνης και απολίας. Ουμήν, αλλά και εκ πλάνης άλλης των ανώμων και αιρετικών θρησκείας, τον τη ψυχή και το σώμα τη απολία παραδιδόντων. Ον πρώτος εγώ, ο ταύτα γράψας, καταπτύω και αποστρέφω με τα μυθώδη ταύτα λυρήματα και πάσαν αίρεσιν, πιστεύω δε και κηρύττω τον Κύριον ημών και Θεόν Ιησούν τον Χριστόν. And this is my proposed translation. These mythical absurdities of the pseudonymous Muhammad were written here so that Christians seeing them may mock him and his disciples and spit upon their delusion and destruction, and thus exalting the enlightened and more radiant than the sun Orthodox faith of the Christians, and giving thanks to our Savior Christ and God, let us magnify and glorify his infinite goodness and beneficence, for he has redeemed us by his compassion from this hated delusion and perdition, and not only from this, but also from other deluded, lawless, and heretical religions that deliver both soul and body to destruction. Of this I, the writer of these words, am first to spit upon and turn away from these mythical absurdities and every heresy, and I believe in and proclaim our Lord and God Jesus Christ. A critical edition of Panoplia Dogmatiki in the future will reveal whether other manuscripts attribute the paragraph to Makarios Kaloridis. To the best of my knowledge, the only witness to note Makarios' authorship is Vaticanus Palatinus Graecus 367. Mercati's examination of other Vatican manuscripts of Panoplia Dogmatiki indicates that these codices omit the concluding paragraph against Islam altogether. The following points support the argument that Makarios was indeed the author. First, Zygapinos' authorized text of Panoplia Dogmatiki continued to be revised after 1113 and 1114. This means that Makarios Kaloridis could add his confession of faith to a copy of Panoplia Dogmatiki more than a century after Zygapinos. Second, both the paragraph against Islam and the Kantara monk's confession of faith share the same polemical tone. The author of both texts must have been the same, or at least had the same apologetic mentality. The paragraph against Islam is not simply the conclusion of Panoplia Dogmatikis' chapter against the Saracens, but a confession of faith. Ο ταύτα γράψας may be referring to Makarios' copying of Panoplia Dogmatikis' excerpts on Islam. In this case, ο γράψας is Makarios the copyist. It could be also referring to the lines of the confession written by Makarios at that very moment. In this case, ο γράψας is Makarios the author. Ταύτα τα μυθόδηλη ρήματα is stylistically close to the beginning of the last paragraph of the Kantara monk's confession of faith. Ταύτα δε πάντα έστω πάσιν ημίν γνωστά. Third, Makarios' confession of faith is preceded by several excerpts from Panoplia Dogmatiki, most of which have escaped the notice of earlier studies on the Codex. And I mentioned the titles as given in the manuscript: Against the Armenians on their Azims, Miscellanea against the Armenians, Against the Saracens, also called Ishmaelites, Syllogistic demonstration on the Logos and God, Demonstration on the Holy Spirit, Miscellanea against the Saracens. As will be argued below, these materials reflect the theological concerns of Eastern Roman guardians of the Orthodox tradition in the area of Kalonoros and Cyprus. All texts were copied by the same hand. 4. 3 poetic colophons by Makarios, 2 of which are preserved in Vaticanus Palatinus Graecus 367, indicate that Kaloritis worked as a copyist, at least during his incarceration by the Latins in Nicosia between 1228 and 1231. Makarios must have carried with him a copy of Panoplia Dogmatiki. The early 14th century scribe of Vaticanus Palatinus Graecus 367 noted at folio 172 verso that his uncle Ioannis had recorded the birth of his children, quote, on the book of that Kaloritis, unquote, εις το βιβλίον του Καλορίτου εκείνου. Whether this book preserved full the text of Panoplia Dogmatiki or only partly, also including other works, we do not know. The scribe's uncle, Ioannis, seems to have been closely associated with Makarios, as both Ioannis and his nephew had access to Kaloritis' writings. Ioannis may have been one of the addressees in Makarios' 2 poetic colophons in Vaticanus Palatinus Graecus 367. So this family of Eastern Roman notaries, active in the late 13th and early 14th centuries, was involved in the administration of the Lusian Kingdom of Cyprus, as well as in Orthodox ecclesiastical administration. But a brief note at folio 178 recto commemorates the monks of Kandara as martyrs of orthodoxy. Given that excerpts from Panoplia Dogmatiki, Makarios' confession, his poetic colophons, and the scribe's note mentioning Kaloritis' book are preserved in the same codex, it is possible that the book in question was Makarios' copy of Panoplia Dogmatiki. 5. Mercati noted that the aptiosi in Minya, in the paragraph against Islam, is a vernacular form, and showed that Makarios used several vernacular forms in his poems. Since poetry involves metrics and prose rhythm, these linguistic forms cannot be attributed to sporadic scribal revision, but to the author's style. It is not clear whether ereseon, rather than eretikon, which does not seem to be entirely syntactically correct, is to be interpreted as Makarios' error. In his poetic colophon, at folios 136 recto and verso, Makarios complained for his inability to see what he was writing as a result of the darkness of prison. It may be the case that this was a later scribal error during the copying of Makarios' book in the 14th century. Another possibility is that Ioannis' nephew copied exactly what he saw in Makarios' book instead of correcting ereseon to eretikon. From what has been presented so far, Mercatis' argument that Makarios Kaloritis and not Zikapinos was the author of the anti-Islamic confession of faith in Vaticanus Palatinus Graecus 367 seems to be confirmed. But why did he write it? The narrative of the Holy 13 Fathers of Kandara, probably composed in the latter half of the 13th century by an anonymous Cypriot, describes the brothers Michael and Theodoros, leaving behind wealth, ancestry, and property in Kalonoros in order to become disciples of Ioannis and Konon in Cyprus. The Kantara monks were imprisoned for 3 years before their martyrdom on 19 May 1231, meaning that Ioannis, Konon, and Mattheos had come to Cyprus in 1228 or in 1227, spending many days, imeron oukol ligon, at the monastery of Macheras before moving to Koutsouvenitis and ultimately establishing themselves at Kandara. Giuseppe Mercati and Chris Schaebel pointed out that Seljuk control over Kalonoros, Alania on the map, could provide a possible reason for the migration of local Eastern Romans to Cyprus. Since the excerpts from Panoplia Dogmatica in Vaticanus Palatinus Graecus 367 and most probably in Makarios Kaloritis' book seem to be directed against the Armenians and the Muslims, it is necessary to describe the political and religious situation in the broader area of Kalonoros. In 1198, Baron Levon II, an ally of the Crusaders, signed an act of union with the papacy, receiving in exchange the royal crown of Cilicia and Armenia and ruling as King Levon I between 1199 and 1219. Levon's reign marked a period of collaboration between the Armenians of Cilicia and the West, ending Eastern Roman political influence in the region. The port of Ayas, Eye, became a major commercial center for Italian merchants. Levon claimed political control over Antioch, provoking the enmity of local Eastern Romans, and even managed to establish his grandnephew as king between 1216 and 1219. Tension between the Eastern Romans and the Armenians of Asia Minor had been revived after the death of Emperor Manuel Komnenos in 1180 and the intensification of anti-Armenian persecutions by his successors. Eastern Roman aggression had led the Armenian Catholicos in 1184 to request papal intervention to end these persecutions. Our main source concerning Kalonoros is Ibn Bibi's late 13th century chronicle. This author, who died after 1285, belonged to the Persianized administrative elite of the Seljuk Sultanate of Rum, as did his parents. Writing after the catastrophic Mongol invasion of Anatolia in the 1240s, Ibn Bibi idealized the reign of Sultan Al-Din Kaikubad, which he presented as a paradise lost era. Despite its panegyrical tone, Ibn Bibi's account provides valuable information that helps us reconstruct the political and religious context of the period. In 1221, 2 years after King Levon's death, Kaikubad took over Kalonoros. Until then, the castle had been ruled by Vardas, an Eastern Roman lord of probably Armenian descent who had pledged allegiance to Levon in 1198 and paid tribute to the Ayyubids of Egypt. After 2 months of siege, Vardas surrendered the castle. Peace was sealed by Kaikubad's marriage with one of Bardas's daughters, known only by her later Persian name, Mahberi Hatun. She died sometime in the 1250s. In exchange, Vardas received land property near Ikonion, and Kaikubad named Kalonoros after him, Alaye. Epigraphic, architectural, and literary testimonies indicate that Kaikubad was not hostile towards his Christian subjects. Rustam Shukurov argues that the majority of the population of Anatolia in the 12th and 13th centuries were Christians, stressing the necessity of the Seljuks to find common ground with their subjects. The Arabic inscription of spring 1226 on the Kizilkule, the Red Tower at the port of Kalonoros, praises Kaikubad for his God-given military victories and justice, but does not present the castle's fall as an act of jihad against the Christians. Indeed, Kalonoros was not conquered by force, but its ruler came into terms with Kaikubad and was rewarded for his submission. Archaeological studies show that several Komnenian churches in Kalonoros, including one near Kaikubad's palace, were neither destroyed nor converted into mosques. Some might have even continued to function as places of worship in later centuries. The Seljuk room court was a pole of attraction for Eastern Romans and Armenians, especially those of higher social status, seeking opportunities to promote their interests and even becoming members of the reigning family. See, for example, the case of the Mavrozomis family. Christian relatives, officials, administrators, companions, and servants were therefore part of Kaikubad's and Mahberi Hatun's entourage. Mahberi Hatun might have remained Christian to her death, or at least was sympathetic to Christianity, as suggested by the commemoration of Mary, the mother of Jesus, and Khadijah, the Prophet's first wife and follower, in the inscription of her mausoleum. Although the Christian element in Kaikubad's court was strong, however, Mahberi Hatun does not seem to have possessed the power, both economic and in terms of political prestige, of Kaikubad's other two wives, the Ayyubid al-Malika al-Adiliya and the Anatolian Seljuk Ismad al-Dunya Valdin. Mahberi Hatun rose as an influential political player and patron of the Seljuk room court only after Kaikubad's death and the consolidation of their son as the successor. Kaikubad died suddenly due to food poisoning in June 2027. Ibn Bibi states that the land of Rum was in chaos. Although Kaikubad wished to be succeeded by Izzaldin Kilij Arslan, the son from his Ayyubid wife, the emirs proclaimed Kaikhushro, the son from Mahberi Hatun. Kaikhushro might have been around 16 at the time. The new sultan, who sat on the throne 2 days after his father's death, quickly came under the influence of the court Tarjuman, Sad al-Din Köpek, who manipulated Kaikhushro and embarked on a campaign of terror to eliminate his opponents, consolidate his power, and isolate the sultan from his entourage. The situation lasted until the early autumn of 1238, when Köpek, who kept Kaikhushro prisoner in his palace, Iconion, was assassinated by the commander of the sultan's guards. Kaikhushro's maternal uncle might have been involved in the plot to overthrow Köpek. It will be reasonable to assume that the turbulent months between the death of Kaikubad and that of Köpek must have created sentiments of insecurity and even fear among the Christians of Kalonoros after a period of stability following the transition from Eastern Roman to Seljuk rule. A valuable source concerning Christian perceptions of Kaikubad is the chronicle of Gregory Alebri, better known as Bar Hebreus. He died in 1286, the West Syrian Mafrian of the East for non-Chalcedonian, namely Jacobite, Christians in Persian lands. Much like Ibn Bibi, Bar Hebreus praises Kaikubad as an exceptionally just ruler. Köpek's machinations to isolate Kaikhushro likely meant the exclusion of Mahberi Hatun and her Christian circle from decision-making at the court. This hypothesis could explain the possible involvement of Mahberi Hatun's brother in Köpek's assassination. This is the context in which Ioannis, Konon, and Mattheos, monks at Kalonoros, migrated to Cyprus before being followed by Jeremias and the lay brothers Michael, later Makarios, our protagonist, and Theodoros, his brother. Perhaps Michael and Theodoros had been acquainted with Ioannis and Konon before their establishment at Kandara. The exact reasons behind the decision of these Kalorides to leave Kalonoros remain unknown. What we do know is that they did not leave Kalonoros because of a Seljuk policy of systematic anti-Christian persecution. Their migration to Cyprus took place around 6 years after Varda's surrender of Kalonoros, most probably after June 1227, when Kaikubad died suddenly, and before Köpek's assassination in early autumn 1228. Makarios' excerpts from Panoplia Dogmatiki, as preserved in Vaticanus Palatinus Graecus 367, shed light on the mentality of the monastic copyist and his group, especially vis-à-vis the Armenians and the Muslims. Makarios' exemplar preserved either a full version of Panoplia Dogmatiki or an anthology of selected passages. Whether Makarios found this manuscript in Cyprus or brought it with him from Kalonoros, we do not know. It is beyond the scope of this paper to examine each and every point raised in Makarios' excerpts of Panoplia Dogmatiki. The Armenian section fits well within the picture of mixed Eastern Roman and Armenian societies in Southern Asia Minor during this period. Particular attention is given to Armenian fasting practices and viazima, the Judaizing use of unleavened bread in the Eucharist, while the Armenians are accused of non-Chalcedonianism. Viazima issue is highly relevant to the Kandara monks' incarceration, trial, and finally execution by the Latins in 1231. These dramatic events were preceded by their criticism of the Judaizing and heretical sacramental use of unleavened bread in the Latin Rite. The passage of the Armenian Eucharist in Panoplia Dogmatiki can be thus identified as one of the texts informing the monks' polemical rejection of the Latin Eucharist. The section on Islam begins with an attack on Muhammad and is followed by two excerpts from the first chapter of Panoplia Dogmatiki on the Trinitarian doctrine, apparently useful in supporting the Orthodox Christian position against Muslim accusations of polytheism. Other excerpts concern the Virgin Mary, Jesus Christ, the practice of polygamy and circumcision, perceptions of the sun, the moon, and paradise. Makarios' strong rejection of Muhammad's myths, μυθώδη ρήματα, impiety and heresy, των ανώμων και αιρετικών θρησκείας or heresy, is stressed by the phrase καταπτύω και αποστρέφομαι, I spit upon and turn my face away from, expressing his aversion and contempt towards Islam. The aggressive and insulting language of Makarios' confession of faith echoes Eastern Roman views of Islam under the Komnenians, also reflected in Panoplia Dogmatiki, as imperial attempts to recover and defend Asia Minor from the Seljuks were intensified in the late 11th and 12th centuries. Eastern Roman theologians presented the Muslim faith not merely as a Christian heresy as in earlier times, but as Hellenism, paganism, and as the worst kind of impiety and barbarism. While it is true that Makarios in the confession refers to Islam as a heresy, his emotions of disdain and revulsion indicate a deeper and stronger sense of hostility. My final paragraph, Makarios Kaloridis was a guardian of orthodoxy, and I use this phrase introduced by Paul Mactavilleneux. Reading and copying Panoplia Dogmatiki was an act of setting boundaries between the imperial faith of the Eastern Romans and the religious other, Armenians, Latins, and Muslims, in the post-1204 Eastern Mediterranean. His passionate confession of faith against Islam may be read as a reaction to the shift from Eastern Roman to Seljuk political control in Kalonouros. Kaikubad's reign challenged the status quo ante, not because of a policy of forced Islamization and Turkification, but because the Seljuk Rum court stood as an alternative, attractive to some, to the Eastern Roman Empire at a time when the Eastern Romans experienced political fragmentation and dramatic territorial loss. More conservative Eastern Romans must have been alarmed by this blurring of socio-religious boundaries exemplified by Mahperi Khatun's aforementioned epitaph in the 1260s, commemorating both Mary and Khadijah. Statements like these could be possibly interpreted by some Christians and Muslims as assimilation to Islamic culture. Makarios' reading and copying of Panoplia Dogmatiki, this literary arsenal of imperial orthodoxy, reveal his nostalgic persistence for the good old days of Eastern Roman domination in the Eastern Mediterranean and his struggle to defend orthodoxy against all perceived threats. This was not a mission he undertook only in theory, but a cause for which he ultimately offered his own life. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sovalandi, for your paper, which in a sense also offers some kind of different perspective and balance to Evangelos' examination of Rumi's attitudes. We will have a nice discussion afterwards concerning all this information, your findings, and some aspects of the manuscripts that you mentioned. And now it is a great pleasure and honor to present our third speaker, an eminent scholar of Orthodox Christianity, a theologian, a historian, a philologist, a translator, Dr. Norman Russell, who is an honorary research fellow affiliated with St. Stephen's House at the University of Oxford. Norman has translated a lot of Orthodox theological works and has written widely on Orthodox themes. His publications include works on early Greek patristics, Hesychasm, but also modern Orthodox theology. Today, he will present his thoughts and he will share his findings on topos and reality in the lives of late Byzantine neo-martyrs. Norman, my dear.
Thank you, Charalambos. Contrary to what one might expect, in an era when the Turkish Emirates, particularly the Ottoman Emirate of Bithynia, were increasing their territory rapidly at the expense of the Christian Roman Empire, the recorded cases of the martyrdom of Christians are comparatively few. In the repertory of martyrs of the Paleologan era, Marco Fanelli lists only 9 names. This may be contrasted with more than 200 martyrs under the Umayyad and Abbasid caliphates from the 7th to the 10th century, identified by Christian Sarna, and the 162 martyrs of the Turcocratia from the 15th to the 19th century, listed by Nicodemus the Hagiorite. How do we account for the paucity of numbers from the mid-13th to the mid-15th century compared with the earlier and later periods? The answer seems to be related to the fact that both the earlier and the later accounts of martyrdom belong to periods when Christian populations were living under stable Muslim regimes and had adapted to the way of life expected of them. The social and religious needs that the authors of the Vitae were fulfilling were to encourage Christians to persevere in their faith and not succumb to the daily pressure to conform to the majority religion, or if not the religion of the majority, the religion of the rulers. The example of the endurance of the martyrs and the subsequent veneration of their relics were very important. Hence the measures taken by the authorities, the burning of bodies and the scattering and polluting of ashes, to impede a veneration that was seen by both sides to strengthen the Christian community. We need first to look briefly at how the word neomartyr, neomartis, emerged. Its earliest use appears to be in an anonymous life of the Syrian martyr Elias of Heliopolis, Baalbek, that is, who was put to death in Damascus in the year 799 of the Christian era. The Vita of the martyr survives in a single manuscript written in the 10th or 11th century. The purpose of this account was to encourage steadfastness in the practice of Christian life under the Umayyad Caliphate. Elias was entirely innocent of provocation, but at the age of 20, he became trapped in a situation which exposed him to the accusation that he had accepted Islam through allowing his belt, an item of Christian dress, to be removed during the dancing at a Muslim wedding that he attended. And then the following morning, he's going off to a Christian church. The penalty for apostasy was death. Terrible tortures were inflicted to force him to return to Islam. From the Christian side, There was fear that he would not be able to endure his suffering and that the result would be a humiliating defeat for Christianity. Here, two communities were on trial in this one person who'd been trapped in a compromising situation as far as Islam was concerned. But Elias was resolute. "Have faith, my brothers," he said. "I will not shame you." He knew what was at stake here. After further atrocious torments, he was decapitated and his body exposed on a pole under guard to prevent the taking of relics. The narrative ends with a new star being observed over the site of the martyrdom, and the vision of Elias on a white horse, seen by a fellow Christian from Heliopolis on entering Damascus a few days later. That's the account of the martyrdom of Elias of Heliopolis. In this account, we find the word neomartis for the first time, at least so far as I've been able to identify it. This expression, new martyr, is in contrast to old martyr, implicitly drawing a comparison with the Roman state persecution of the 2nd and 3rd centuries. Once Christians become aware of this comparison, other things follow. The new heroes of the faith are equivalent to the old. They're not criminals or renegades as portrayed by the Muslims, but heroic followers of Christ who carry out his commandments faithfully and are heirs to his promises. Moreover, it has been preordained that victory will be theirs. As the church historian W.H.C. Friend puts it, the triumph of the church over the empire in the 4th century guaranteed its victory in later but still barbarous days. For a community subject to many legal and social disadvantages, this was an important message. The situation in the constantly contracting imperial territories of the Paleologan era was very different. Access by the Constantinopolitan ecclesiastical authorities to the Christian populations of the Ottoman and Aydınoglu Emirates was limited. The sense of two self-contained religious communities living together in a symbiotic but unequal relationship, the Muslims on the one hand confident in their superiority, the Christians on the other enduring their inferiority but promoting an eschatology that ensured ultimate victory, was not fully to take shape, not in this period, not until the constitution of the Rum Millet after 1454. The small number of Greek martyrdom texts dating from the recovery of Constantinople from the Latins in 1261 to its capture by the Ottomans in 1453 witnesses to the fact that in this period martyrdom was not an important factor in the construction of communal identity. So let's take a look at the 9 Paleologan martyrdoms listed by Fanelli to discern what was important. The first thing to note is that the texts of these martyrdoms did not circulate at all widely. Most of them survive only in a single manuscript. The second point is that while broadly hagiographical, they do not all belong to the same genre. The oldest is the Vita of Nikitas of Angyra, written by the Megas Logothetis Theodore Mouzalon, shortly after Nikitas' martyrdom in Nyssa, in Cappadocia, in 1282. The next two are in Comia, one of Michael of Smyrna by Theodore Metochitis dating from 1317 to 1320, shortly before he himself became Megas Logothetis in 1321. The author of the Salos, originally from Constantinople, Andrew of Jerusalem, from the last quarter of the 14th century, was written by Nicholas Kavasilas, quite literary figures, important intellectuals, that is to say. Then 5 of our martyrdoms are liturgical texts: Anakoluthia and Synaxarion for Theodore of Malagina by an anonymous author dating from 1369, Anakoluthia for Arsenios, Metropolitan of Veria, tentatively ascribed to John Taronas and dating from 1386-1387, an acrostic canon in honor of Cosmas of Prusa, composed by the grand orator of the Ecumenical Patriarchate, Manuel of Corinth, in the years immediately after the fall of the city to Mehmet II, and 2 anonymous acclamationes, the first one for Paul, who was martyred in the first half of the 15th century, the second for John of Prusa, a martyr of the same period, both of them composed after the fall. The last text is another vita. This is the Dieigesis by an anonymous author of the martyr who gave his witness in our own times, as it says, George of Adrianople, which was written between March 1437 and June 1439. Finally, one should note that even if some of these martyrdoms occurred in imperial territory, none of them was in a place controlled at the time by the imperial government. That almost goes without saying, but the sites of the 3 martyrdoms recounted by the scholars Mouzalon Metachitis and Kavasilas are Nyssa, Alexandria, and Jerusalem. Moving closer to home, Adrianople at the time of George's martyrdom was actually the Ottoman capital. Veria had been temporarily captured by Ottoman forces. Malagina was on the Bithynian border of the Ottoman Emirate between Nicaea and Constantinople. The martyrdoms of Nikitas in Nyssa and Andrew in Jerusalem are the only ones that were deliberately provoked by the martyrs themselves. Nikitas and Andrew publicly reviling Islam and its prophet, and then by bravely enduring the death that they had chosen, demonstrating the superiority of Christianity. These martyrdoms, in which the martyrs voluntarily challenge Islam and prove victorious over their sufferings, present a topos that attracted later readers. Kavasilas' account of Andrew and Mouzalon's of Nikitas, reworked in the 17th century by the monk Pachomios Roussanos, are the only ones that survive in multiple copies. These were the popular forms. The other martyrdoms, however, tell us more about the day-to-day reality of Christian-Muslim relations. 2 in particular are interesting for the human concerns they indicate. In the first, Theodore Metochitis recounts an experience told to him by imperial ambassadors who just returned from Egypt in 1317, or shortly after. When he was a child, a young man called Michael had been seized by raiders in the Smyrna region and sold as a slave in Alexandria. He was brought up a Muslim and became a soldier. In adulthood, though, he began to yearn to return to the faith of his baptism. On confiding his hopes to a wonderful pastor, evidently the Orthodox Patriarch of Alexandria, it was arranged that he should make his escape dressed as a monk on the ambassador's ship. But his plan was betrayed before it could be put into effect, and he was arrested and condemned to death. The execution took place before a large crowd, including the ambassadors and many Greek and Italian merchants. It made a great impression that Michael's head was still able, for a few minutes after decapitation, to utter Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison. The second account, the story of Theodore of Malagina, by an anonymous author, concerns a similar case of a man taken in childhood during a Turkish raid, this time in the Adrianople region, sold into slavery and brought up a Muslim. He too wanted to return to the Christian faith. It is significant that in the northern part of Bithynia, where Malagina lay, he was able to find a Hesychast monk who became his spiritual father. Before receiving Theodore into communion, the monk sent him to Constantinople to speak with the patriarch. It's a fascinating detail to find that this was possible. On the patriarch's advice, Theodore returned to the Malagina region, where he became a shepherd, living in isolation, living a life of hesychia, as the text puts it, hesychia, hesychasm. One day, though, when he was bathing in a lake in the company of a friend, the friend noticed that this supposed Christian was circumcised. On his friends reporting him, Theodore was arrested and, after the usual beatings and inducements to return to the Muslim faith, was burnt at the stake. Bad luck in his case. His bones were not entirely reduced to ashes by fire, however. Local Christians gathered the relics and placed them in a church where they had emitted a miraculous light that filled the building, much to the disconcertion of the Muslims, says the author of the account, and the encouragement of wavering Christians. The Hesychast allusions here are unique to this body of texts. The patriarch whom Theodore consulted was Callistos I, the second Hesychast patriarch after the deposition of John XIV Kalekas in 1347. It's a telling point that in his advice to Theodore, Callistos follows the policy of his reviled predecessor, John Kalekas. In 1338, Kalekas, in the first of his two letters to the Christians of Nicaea, had addressed the problem of Christians who'd become Muslims and now wanted to return to the Christian faith. His advice, as befits a good pastor, was not ideological but practical. The Christian community had no resident bishop, but lived under a kritis, a judge, who regulated their internal affairs and acted as a channel of communication with the patriarch. The Christians who'd converted to Islam had not been forced to do so, but apparently had joined the dominant religion as a means of protecting their lives and property and overcoming perhaps their inferior status as dhimmi. Now that things had settled down, Nicaea had surrendered on terms only 7 years previously, after a siege of 2 years. There were former Christians who wanted to return to their faith, the faith of their baptism. The patriarch advised those who had the courage to do so to make their profession of faith, of Christian faith, publicly, and thus win the crown of martyrdom. Those who lacked courage, however, were not excluded from the church. They were advised to live as Christians discreetly, in effect as crypto-Christians, not drawing attention to their change of religion. In 1340, Kalekas wrote again, commenting on information he'd received from the kritis that these crypto-Christians were in fact keeping the church's canons. As Ioannis Palic observes, by this time a modus vivendi had been arrived at. A certain social structure had been created. In the letter, we read, "Even when the enemies rule about you," says Kalekas, "you are the lords of your own souls and your own will. It is your choice to preserve the good." It's not dictated by the church. This situation may be compared with what Gregory Palamas encountered when he was held in captivity in Bithynia 15 years later. Taken prisoner in March 1354, when the ship he was traveling on to Constantinople put in at Gallipoli, unaware the city had just been captured by the Turks, he spent 12 or 13 months in captivity in the Ottoman Emirate until a ransom was paid for him in the spring of 1355. As he was being marched with other prisoners through the towns of Bithynia on his way to Bursa, he met with Christian communities who, on learning that he was a famous theologian, put questions to him on why God had allowed the Ottoman conquest to happen, why our nation has suffered such a catastrophic abandonment by God. On the Muslim side, Palamas' captors put, as Palamas says, put forward our captivity as a sign of the insecure basis of the Christian faith. He doesn't record what he said to them at the time, but when he later wrote up his experiences as a letter to his own church, he inserted for domestic consumption the following theodicy. Quote, "For this impious and God-hating and utterly abominable nation," this kind of language is never used towards the Muslims when discussing or debating with them. It's only for the home market to strengthen them. "This impious and God-hating and utterly abominable nation boast that they have prevailed over the Romans on account of their love of God. They ignore that this world lies under the power of the evil one, and that the greater part of it is largely in the possession of the wicked, the slaves of the infernal powers, and those who drive out their neighbors by force of arms. That is why, for the whole time up to Constantine, who reigned truly in the love of God, idolaters ruled almost the whole world, and for a long time afterwards, others who differed not at all or only a little from their predecessors. It therefore seems to me that those too who boast of their evil will suffer the same as the Greeks, the pagan Hellenes that is, whom the apostle said were given up to a debased mind, because although they knew God, they did not honor him as God or worship him." This is a very rich text, in fact. Palamas here presents the theodicy that we've noticed in the case of earlier martyr accounts in Syria, Palestine. Indeed, he extends it, hinting that the persecution of the Orthodox by the Arian emperors fits into the pattern, and therefore, by extension, of the Muslims. "The world is ruled by the evil one, but the Christian faith will ultimately prevail." This is the message of the old martyrs. Moreover, the Muslim domination is foretold by the Apostle Paul in his remark about the Greeks knowing God but not honoring him as God or worshipping him. Palamas is able to assimilate the Muslims to the pagan Greeks, because just as the Greeks knew God through their philosophy, so the Muslims know Christ as God through the Quran, because Christ is described there as the word and spirit, or word and breath of God. And the word and spirit of God must be uncreated as God himself is. In these discussions, which Palamas has described in detail in the letter to his church, or in the case of the disputation with the Chione, which the note-taker Taronitis sets out in his report, Palamas is respectful of his interlocutors, and drawing largely on John of Damascus, finds rational arguments with which to respond to the traditional Muslim accusations of lack of reciprocity. We acknowledge your prophet, why don't you acknowledge ours? Association, the acceptance of other divinities alongside the one God, which is shirk in the Arabic. Idolatry, you worship the cross. And the falsification of scriptural texts, There were once references to Muhammad in the scriptures which you have cut out, tahrif. Anti-Muslim polemic is reserved in Palamas, is reserved strictly for his home audience. In Bithynia, what was important for the Christians who heard him, particularly in the debate with the Tasimanis, the Danishmend in Nicaea, where the Christians made up half the audience who heard him, was that Christians should understand that their faith is not intellectually inferior to that of the Turks and can be defended successfully by rational argument. In this context, there's no room for the kind of polemic put in the mouths of martyrs, such as Nikitas of Nyssa or Andrew of Jerusalem, for that would have provoked violence. In view of the ample material we have from Palamas, can we discern a specifically Palamite approach to Christian-Muslim relations? The instructions of Patriarch Callistos, a Hesychast but not a Palamite, to Theodore of Malagina to return to Bithynia, keep his head down, and live as a Christian in Issachia are intriguing, but so far as I know, have no follow-up. The experience of the monks of Mount Athos of the Turks was almost entirely negative. There's no interaction, at least on the Holy Mountain itself. Only fear of Turkish cruelty. Raids by Turkish pirates resulted in the capture of monks who were then sold as slaves. Only a decade before Palamas, Theodosius, the Igumenos of Philotheo, was captured on the mountain, taken to Bursa, where he was ransomed by pious Christians and so allowed to go to Constantinople, and made a good career. He became Igumenos of the monastery of St. George of the Mangana and later Metropolitan of Trebizond. But he's left us no account of his experiences. There was one particular interesting episode, however, that can be dated precisely to July 1378. In that month, there was a Turkish raid that had destroyed the newly founded monastery of Dionysiou and carried off the monks. The founder, Dionysius, was away at the time raising funds in Trebizond for his new monastery. When the divine shepherd, as his Vita tells us, returned to his monastery and found his holy sheepfold bereft of its rational sheep, he raised a bitter lamentation, bewailing the loss of his spiritual brothers and the sweat that had been shed in vain. But a monastic founder of the resourcefulness of Dionysius was not going to take this lying down. He traveled to the Aegean coast of Asia Minor, located the whereabouts of the abducted monks, and using the funds he'd gathered for the new monastery, ransomed the brethren, leading them back joyfully, as his biographer says, to Mount Athos. There is thus no specifically Palamite approach to Christian-Muslim relations. Indeed, the Palamite patriarchs who came after Callistos, particularly from Philotheos Kokkinos onwards, do not show any particular evidence of pastoral care for Christians in the Turkish Emirates. Perhaps that was inevitable. As Tom Papadimitriou has shown, bishops were seen by the emirs as agents of the Byzantine state. Most of them had fled on the arrival of the Turks. Those who remained or made their way to their sees, once they'd been elected by the Home Synod of Constantinople, had to make their own arrangements with the local rulers. In any case, on the level of ecclesiastical politics, the patriarchs of the second half of the 14th century turned their gaze northwards in order to exercise ecclesiastical authority more effectively in the Slav world. Palamas himself, in his letter to his church of Thessaloniki, written shortly after his release on the payment of his ransom, shows himself more interested in encouraging heroic sanctity in his flock than in recommending strategies of accommodation with the ever-advancing Turks. With a veiled reference to Islam, he tells them to be on their guard against those who say that Christ was born of a virgin and is the word and breath of God, and yet deny his divinity. the best argument Christians could present for their faith is the moral and ascetical quality of their lives. Their minds should be focused on acquiring, he says, to quote, on acquiring in a supernatural manner the divine virtues themselves through the indwelling of the Holy Spirit, for it is thus that a human being is deified. To conclude, the Turkish conquests in Western Asia Minor were too recent and the situation too fluid to call for community consolidating texts in the Paleologan period, such as those we find both in earlier and later times. There is much that we're not well informed about in this period, such as the role of the dervishes in Bithynia. I'd be glad to hear from Evangelos Kataphilis about what we know about this. But we do know that their lodges were established early in Bithynia after the rapid Ottoman conquests. And they were well known for encouraging conversions by minimizing the differences between Islam and Christianity. It's just a small step and you become one of us. Mass conversions, however, do not seem to have taken place. The Ottomans were not fanatical Muslims. They were not Ghazi warriors. This is something that Shefada has brought out very clearly. Except perhaps in conversions, mass conversions, maybe in the aftermath of conquest to escape, of recent conquest to escape further violence, which is probably accounts for the situation which John Kalekas attempted to resolve in Nicaea by the application of economia. Christians captured in childhood and brought up as Muslims who wanted to return to their baptismal faith presented a difficult problem. Surprising details, however, such as Theodore of Malayena's visit to Constantinople to consult the Patriarch, and Dionysius the Athonite's unmolested tour of Western Asia Minor, despite carrying a large sum of money with which to ransom the abducted members of his community, show us that borders were porous. Borders were porous, and solutions could be found. Gregory Palamas may have been concerned to boost Christian morale by providing responses to Muslim claims that their victories prove the superiority of their faith and that the differences between Christianity and Islam were not so great anyway as to demand a large step for Christians to become Muslims. But most people in the conquered territories, so far as we can see, simply got on with their lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Norman. Yes, this central question about, as you mentioned also in the title of your paper, and you illustrated with all this richness of examples, the topos and the realities. So together with Evangelos's and Chrysovalandis's papers and yours, we have much food for thought for the next hour. But some of us that may have some practical aspects to meet may suggest that we have a 5-minute break and then join back at in 5 minutes to have our discussion.
That's a wise decision.
Thank you. Let's wait for one more minute, perhaps.
Ναι, να σας ενημερώσω ότι ο Professor Delanza έχει λάβει και απάντησε σε μένα μεμονωμένα.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Τίποτα, έχει λάβει αυτό που μας στείλατε.
Thank you very much. Just to mention that on the chat, we have placed the websites of the new publication on this is the translation of John VI Cantacuzino's Apologia and Orations on Islam, with an introduction and commentary and translation by Marco Fanelli that has come out very recently in the series Late Byzantium. This is a new series of works dealing with Byzantine themes, including texts, that is, translations and editions of texts. And the editor-in-chief is Professor Antonio Rigaud at the Università Ca' Foscari in Venice. And we have also placed some a website of the catalog of the Greek manuscript collection at Lambeth Palace Library, where you will find some more information on the Greek Octateuch manuscript of the early 12th century, 1103, I think, is the date of its copying, with some Hebrew annotation. And information also on the later provenance and a later history of the manuscript. So, welcome back. I hope.
Are these materials on the chat? Because
yes, it should be.
I cannot see them.
Could you go further up? Is before Chris's message and the life of Bartholomew of Cimmery?
No, that's probably because I came in after Chris's message.
Yes, it is just before Chris. Can you see them on the chat?
No. That means that people coming after
Later.
that, later they cannot see them.
Okay,
yes,
so what I'll do,
I can't see also. I can't see.
Let me then.
Maybe you can copy it again.
Yes, what I'll do is I will copy again and send them. Here it is on Cantacuzino's.
Oh, yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the other is, let me see if I can. Yes, and here is the catalog of the Greek manuscript collection. Sorry.
Yep.
Has it come through?
All right, we got it. Yeah.
Yes.
Very good. And finally, this piece of information about the novella that I mentioned yesterday, Justinian's novels. So without further ado, I'm pleased to invite everybody to raise questions, express thoughts, make any comment on our three papers, starting from Evangelos. Evangelos's paper. Let me see.
Well, just to let you know, I'll let you know that, yep. Dr. Russell, please do.
Yes.
Yes, I think that Norman has one question.
Just one question occurs to me. what were the ecclesiastical structures in place in Anatolia at that time? Who were your who was Al-Rumi talking to? Were there any bishops? Was there an organized
It doesn't
ecclesiastical
say.
structure?
It doesn't say. It's all anonymous. On this, I'm having the source in front of me. It's all anonymous. It does say the abbot or monks, nothing else. We don't have any names, but apart from the two ones that I mentioned, the Tyrannus, who was the murderer, and the Colloquium, who was the iconographer. Apart from that, everything else is anonymous. The same also happens with the other one, the Vilayetiname of Hadzi Bektas Velis account. They don't really say who are these people. But what is interesting, I have noticed, is the epithets that they are using when they refer to them. Learned man, or sincere, or dear educated people. This was quite interesting when I was doing this research, which we don't find it in the other in the other Ottoman chronicles, and also in the other epic ones. Mebrana is totally different from the other ones. This is what I would like to argue. Presumably, I haven't argued, but I will leave that for a later research, that according to the source, his mother, I think his second wife, was Christian. I haven't touched on this again. And also, we still need to remember that Rumi knew Greek. If you read his Mesnevi, these 4 volumes of poems, a lot of them were written in Greek. So this is another argument that I would like to do in the future. That was it. Yes, sure, Dr. Sukurov.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Evangelos, for your excellent presentation. Actually, we can find more about about Rumi's attitude to Christianity and to Judaism as well. In his works, especially Fihi Mafihi is important in this sense, and it is translated into English. We have a good translation. Yes, just you mentioned that he spoke Greek and even wrote in Greek. Yeah. I wanted just to note that there was a big, it may be interesting for Chrysolavantis as well. There was a big Christian community in Antalya. And Rumi, from time to time, he went to Antalya for vacation, I can't remember whether it was summer vacation or winter vacation, probably winter vacation. So he normally left Konya because Konya was too cold in winter. So he went to Antalya. And he speaks about a big community of Greeks in Antalya. And actually he was not very happy with the population of Antalya, saying that they don't speak our language. He meant Persian, and they don't understand what I say. So meaning that neither language nor his conceptions, his ideas were well accepted there. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, Professor Sukurov, when you say he went to Antalya, he encountered Christians or Christian Muslims? I mean, the comment that you made was referring to whom? The Muslims or the Christians of Antalya?
Christians, local Christian Greeks.
But, right.
He said that the prevalent population in Antalya is Greek. And
that in Antalya, he used to meet up with Achis and Kalanderis, the other 2 orders. which I think the calendaries were based in Antalya. I didn't do that in my presentation, but from my readings, I think I found that calendaries was also in Antalya. Presumably, he was going there to meet up with other orders. But thank you.
Yeah, you know, there is one more idea. I would like to share. You know, the population of big cities in Seljuk Asia Minor at that time was Persian speaking, and Turks were not welcome there. Actually, Turks were in the margins of the Seljuk Sultanate at that time. And they were hated by both sides, by Byzantines and by the sedentary Muslims. And just note that Rumi never used Turkic language in his writings. And even more, there is an apocryphal story. Once Rumi was with his disciples in his house, and a person came in and greeted everybody in Turkic. And Rumi just asked, with whom are you speaking in Turkic in here? Just who can understand you here? Nobody. Just speak a different language.
Right.
So, thank you very much.
Exactly, but everything changes in the 14th century, where the Mevlevi order sit the other side. So they were well connected with the first Ottoman sultans.
Yeah.
We have touched here, I think, a crucial point in terms of interpretation, translation. Apart from what we heard about the bilingual populations, or those who knew some Greek or Persian or Turkish language and so forth, the more formal discussion and dialogues, these encounters, took place through interpreters. Now, could we perhaps, our three speakers, share some, and anyone in our gathering, share some thoughts about the quality of these, of the interpretation, the precision, given also that these are theological terms and philosophical, probably, that should convey the doctrinal also meaning of in the discussions. Do we have any information, for example, in these texts of difficulties or the opposite in interpreting?
Well, from my experience, when I was studying Gregory Palamas, I think he had an interpreter. The two first ones were conducted in Greek. Ashur-Khan and the Hiones presumably knew Greek. Well, the third one in Iznik, in Nicaea, was under the help of an interpreter that Palamas picked up from the city. And he didn't mention anything about the interpreter's knowledge or how he did all the translation during that time. However, I think I can't remember right now. We have a very unique case from my reading from Manuel Palaiologos II. In his 27th dialogues with the Mundiris in Philadelphia, he had a convert Christian who was doing the translation in the tent. Manuel, I think he mentioned that he helped him a lot, and sometimes he was feeling the guilt is that the Christian had the convert Christian had interpreting all these doctrines. But I can't remember that clearly. I need to check it again. But some comments on interpreters we have during the 14th century from Manuel Palaiologos II.
Thank you.
You know, in the 15th century, we have simultaneously at the Byzantine court in Constantinople and in Adrianople at the Ottoman court, Greeks from Philadelphia. It's 15th century, just the first half of the 15th century.
Right.
Both these persons served as notaries, as secretaries. For example, if the Ottomans needed a document in Greek language, so the Philadelphian guy just wrote this document in Greek, and vice versa. The Philadelphian person, the Philadelphian scribe, just secretary, he prepared texts in probably, I think it must be Arabic and Turkic. And we have one, so just the level of literacy was quite high, in both languages. And we have one more example from the 13th century, mid-13th century. It's the immigration of the brothers Basilikoi from Konya to Constantinople. And one of these brothers read an Arabic inscription on a metal Egyptian bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And he found out that this inscription includes the name of the Prophet, Muhammad. So, just it's a high level of literacy, especially to read something on the bowl. It's just different paleography, different epigraphy, different typographics.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Please, Roman.
That's fascinating. May I just follow it up? It sparked some thoughts in my mind about Palamas in Bithynia, in the Ottoman Emirate in his time. It seems to me that bilingualism was quite common. Because Palamas was monolingual, and yet his discussion with Suleiman the Orhan's grandson, was clearly in Greek, and from what I heard from Rustam yesterday, I mean, there were two Greek wives. Orhan had one Greek wife who remained a Christian, and the other who converted to Islam. I like this harem Christianity. I'm going to think about that. And then the disputation with the Chione was conducted entirely in Greek. The president, Balabanos, was a Greek-speaking convert to Islam, and it's interesting that there were Muslim Turks in the audience who could follow it quite clearly, because they were quite hostile towards Palamas at the end of it. And then at the discussion with the Danishmend in Nicaea, a random passerby, a person there, Palamas asked, "Is there someone who knows both languages?" And someone put his hand up, and the discussion proceeded in that way. So it's interesting. Language was not a problem there.
Do we have any clue? This is a question to all three speakers about the Chione. Who were the Chione, and were they related? Were they converted from Judaism? Muslims from Judaism?
Well, I argue that they were Jewish originally, and there still is a huge gap, lacuna on their origins. And well, presumably, I mean, from the way they they had a discussion based on, you know, on Old Testament. It was the first king that, right, they were Jewish. I don't know how they ended up in the Ottoman sultans. This is quite unique. It's a unique case, and for Palamas also it was. Imagine that it was a unique experience to have an inter-Christian, Jewish, Muslim dialogue with them in Bursa, in the Inner Hans regime. I mean, I'm still trying to find out some information about the Hiones, but all my sources are going back to their Jewish origin.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, I without any more specialist knowledge than anyone else, just from the tone of the debate and how it went, my suspicion is that they were Greek speaking, and it seems to me they were a Jewish group who had become Christian and then moved on to Islam. Because what makes me think that is that their knowledge of the Old Testament, of the knowledge of the Hebrew scripture, of the what we call the Old Testament, was pretty good, was thorough, and they were very embarrassed about the Christian side of they show a certain personal embarrassment about confronting Palamas about Christian theology, as if that was to my mind, some intermediate state they may have passed through. I don't know. I don't know if anyone else has any ideas about that.
There is also this a figure of Hioniadis, Gregorius Hioniadis, the astronomer,
And the Hionis in
as you
Thessaloniki
remember.
as well, and the Hionis in Thessaloniki as well.
Yes.
In the 14th century. Yes.
This Jewish link tallies with Nicholas's comment yesterday about the emphasis in the later period on Jewish scholars on astronomy as well, science and astronomy. So we may pursue this in later on.
And medicine, and medicine as well.
And medicine. Thank you, Chrysovalandi. Are there any questions for Evangelos? Let us move to Chrysovalandis. If there are any questions, please, or thoughts about this multi-faith approach of Chrysovalandis's paper, with the emphasis on the manuscript with Zigavinosis and the miscellanies, the anti-heretical manual.
Professor Shukurov, I think.
Yeah,
please, Rustam.
Chrysovalandis, thank you very much. You know, I have only one addition, which may be interesting in your context. You know, I recalled a paper, a talk given by an Arminist, Samuel Grigorian. He worked for some time in Vienna, and now he's in UCLA for some time again. And just from UCLA, he moves to Dumbarton Oaks for a year. You know, he tried to reconstruct the ethnic composition of the Cilician Armenian kingdom, and he tried to show how many Greeks just lived in the kingdom. And Kolonoros, of course, it was a Greek territory. And Kirbardas, of course, he was a Greek, and his daughter Mahpari Khatun. So, you know, it was just mostly populated by Greeks, just this region. Of course, they served the Armenian kings, as barons, as just So I will send his name just in the chat.
Thank
But
you. Thank you so
but I
much.
fear it is not published yet. I fear.
Thank you, as well as for the information on Rumi in Antalya.
Yeah. My pleasure.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Can I add something
Of
on
course.
the knowledge of Zikapinos and his team concerning Islam? They did not have direct knowledge of the Islamic texts. They seem to base their arguments and conclusions on earlier anti-Islamic literature, especially John of Damascus, who had direct knowledge of Islam. And this shows the distance in the cognitive distance in understanding what the Quran was. And also John of Damascus seems to have had knowledge of other non-canonical versions of the Quran. This is a possibility.
You mentioned, so Valandis, you mentioned you had the verb katagelosin, and when I read that, it came to my mind that John of Damascus was the first one to use it. Bartholomeus of Edessa was coming next, and it's also written in the first or second dialogue of Manuel Paleologos II. Just imagine how these
they were recycled.
Was continuing all the time. I mean, there's a huge interdexuality behind all these anti-Islamic treatises. Catacousinos also make a mention, and Manuel Paleologos, how all these were circulated all these years about copying and setting these treatises. Palamas read thoroughly Panoplia from my reading, and although it's not obvious in his dialogue with Muslims, but he has read it definitely, and indeed Panoplia, I would say, was a huge trunk along with John Damascus's accounts on Islam for the fathers that used all these treatises.
Yes, it was. I mean, it was this official manual of, to use Beck's terminology, of political orthodoxy. Orthodoxy defined by the emperor and court theologians and used for polemical purposes. This is why this is Panoplia Dogmatiki. And what I tried to show was that these texts were not known only in Constantinople, they circulated across the empire. And they were fluid texts. So someone like Makarios could add something. And later, this addition would be regarded as part of the Panoplia.
Okay.
There is also a thesis that I'm sure some of us know, or a critical edition of the second part of the Panoplia by Dr. Metin Berke. It was submitted at the Queen's University of Belfast, where it is fully annotated, and it contains the Bogomiles, Zikavinos's chapters on the Bogomiles, which, as we know, instigated this project by Alexius, who interrogated the leader of the Bogomiles then, Basilius, and also the Mohammedans. So the refutation of Islam. Um, a copy of this thesis is in Belfast if one wants to consult it. As for Manuel II, as Evangelist mentioned, he himself makes clear that he is based on previous authors, but he also names his grandfather.
Yes, John Catacuginos.
That's right, John VI. And for those who came a bit late in our gathering here, I have placed on the on chat the new translation and annotated translation introduction on the Apology and the Orations against Islam by John VI by Marco Fanelli. That Norman mentioned him a number of times in the new series Alterum Byzantium. This is the second volume that appears, and we look forward to reading it. Macarius Macris also have written against Islam, as we know, and also touching the aspect that Norman mentioned before on the success of the impious. There is a special treatise that he wrote, Logos, which explains again in terms of theodicy the success of the Ottomans in this period, that is the early 15th century and mid 15th century.
We have Kidonis, we have Joseph Brienius.
Yes,
extensively.
Norman would like to say.
Yes. Could I just ask Chrysovalandis? You say there was no direct knowledge of Islam, but when I look at Palamas, almost his entire resources are chapter 100 of John of Damascus De Heresibus, the chapter, the text on Islam. And one argument he seems to find, he's good at thinking on his feet. One argument, strangely modern, is his argument against tahrif, against the falsification of texts. His argument is that many translations were made very early of the Gospels, and there would have been some evidence in these translations if the text had been tampered with. That's a very sort of modern sort of idea approach. But is there any evidence in your writers of knowledge of later controversial literature? There's nothing in Palamas about the polemical stuff. For instance, Nikitas, I think, actually studied the Quran and had given information about it, but we don't find this in Palamas. Is there any evidence of that in your authors?
I think Nikitas of Byzantium is also responsible. There is an article by Professor Daniel Sahas on the concept of God being, in the Quran, God being Olosphyrus, which is mistranslated as round. So see what foolish things these Ishmaelites believe in. They believe
that becomes a standard accusation. Yeah.
Yes, but I think we find it in Panoplia Dogmaticum, but we do not find it in John of Damascus, because John of Damascus knew better.
Yeah.
Is it fair to say, this is a question for speakers, from what we have heard from your research, that by and large, there was no genuine interest for the dialogue in the sense of exploring and discovering, rather than an attitude to persuade and to convert in this period, in the late in the Paleologan period, at least.
Well, I argue that Rumi, wanted to convert. I mean, this was the nature of the order. If we go to Palamas, we shall see that all the discussion was based on the main topics that Christian Muslim or Muslim Christians interaction used to bring up. Some very good new topics that we haven't come across, I think we can find in Manuel Paleologos II, again, where they discussed about with the Mundiris, where they discussed about the nature of the angels, the plants and the animals in the world, what is their role. We don't find, I mean, Manuel Paleologos' dialogues are, I think, unique, not only in the 14th century, but covering the whole sphere of Christian-Muslim theological encounters in Byzantine and the Islamic Byzantine literature. What else discussions we I think I can't remember, apart from the Trinity, all right, the doctrine, the incarnation of Jesus, the Virgin Mary, what else we have with Manuel Paleologos? I can't remember, but these two dialogues, I think dialogues are unique in
But do they convey the real dialogue? I wonder. Given also the psychological aspect, with Manuel II escorting the Turkish army, the Ottoman army, in the east to conquer previously Roman lands, Byzantine lands, in this humiliating aspect of being a vassal.
Exactly.
King, and also the a tone of superiority of the Christian religion, but also ethics in the dialogues. Himself also being an intellectual, not only a theologian. What would be your thoughts on this?
This reminds me of how the Byzantines they officially saw the question of the union of the churches, that you cannot have a sincere and complete reconciliation unless you have an ecumenical synod that is which is official, and dialogue takes place on equal terms.
Yes, yes. That is that was one of the problems at Florence Ferrara. But on the conversation that Palamas had with Suleiman is very interesting, because they were not fighting each other. The conversation began having a picnic meal on Mount Olympus at Orhan summer retreat, and it begins with a conversation about fasting. Oh, you do that, we do that too, and then it develops, and it seems to be a genuine exploration of what the other thinks. Just that one conversation, though. The others reported are very much disputations.
Thank you very much, Norman. Yes. Are there any questions, please?
No,
Or any
I would
comments?
like to ask Dr. Russell about if he has ever come across with Philotheos Kokinos' cases where he composed a couple of hagiographical accounts. Dr. Russell, can you hear me?
Could you repeat, please? Louder. Yes, and louder.
Yes. All right. I would like to ask if Dr. Russell, all right. Hello? Yes. If you have ever come across with Philotheos Kokinos, where he composed a couple of hagiographical accounts. He has written, I think he has included 4 or 5 new martyrs of his era.
I haven't come across that. No, it's in one of his hagiographies, is it?
Exactly.
Savas,
Written by
perhaps?
Tzamis, by Dimitris Tzamis, written by Dimitris Tzamis. They're quite big.
In the Chamis encomia, yes. No, I haven't seen that.
Because it's 14th century as well.
Yeah, I must take a look at that. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, one of them being, if I remember well, a fellow student of his.
Exactly.
Any other comment or question, please, on our papers, or more general ones? Yes, Rustam.
Your microphone.
I have a small addition to Professor Russell's paper, a great paper. Thank you very much. Just I would like to return to harem Christianity concept, just in what case matter becomes matter if the community in which he just commits apostasy or probably attacks Islamicity, Muhammad, or just the concept of God or something, when community reacts negatively to his to his words. And if we talk about Asia Minor, again, many rulers, they had Greek wives who were quite influential, in the family. So, the existence of these Greek wives among different levels, different social levels of the Muslim society in Anatolia, we have until the 16th century. No, the 13th century was not an exception. So we have such evidence for the 14th century, 15th century, even 16th century. These evidences, in particular, were discussed by Hasluk in his old studies. So, and just if you visualize the religious atmosphere in Anatolia, in particular in the 13th century, Kaikous II, it's the mid-13th century, had a Christian mother, and he had two uncles, Christian uncles. And Ibn Bibi complains of these Christian uncles who openly humiliated Muslims at the court. And nobody said anything, because they were powerful. In this atmosphere, to have a martyr is just to blame a Christian, just to martyr him, just looks very weird, just.
Yeah, you raise some very interesting issues there. Connecting identity, linguistic and religious identity, and who gets to be recognized as a martyr? This is an interesting question because simply to be put to death on vaguely religious grounds is not enough. And the debate, it was always a problem about these voluntary martyrs who provoked their deaths. That was a problem. And you can see it right through to the end of the period. I mean, with Nicodemus the Hagiorite, he is working to. I mean, not to go into the detail too much, but he's a member of the Colivades movement, which is a renewal and revival of orthodoxy, of a monastic type of orthodoxy, with Western input as well. The Western self-consciousness comes in through the translations that Nicodemus makes of works by Counter-Reformation theologians. But I make this point that even in his day there was a big debate about martyrs. Christians who'd become Muslims repented of that, wanted to become Christians again, and went and declared their change of faith in front of a Muslim judge. That was a problem, and there were people who regarded this as not as neo-martyrdom, and Nicodemus made quite a speciality of spiritually preparing such people for their martyrdom. His accounts of Polydoros of Leucosia and of who was the other, Theodoros of Mytilene, are very interesting in how and very full of psychological insight about why they were doing this, and responding generally. The key text was from the gospel text that he who denies me, I will deny him at the last judgment. So I don't know. I think the men and later women come into it in the later period, who are recognized as neo-martyrs, have to fulfill quite a few criteria, and mostly it's in the period I covered, mostly it's a local devotion, it's a local cult, and it's because the relics work miracles. This is a sign. This is very sort of unmodern, but I noticed that I was in Thessaloniki a few years ago and visited the church where Kirana, at 18th century, Kirana was a woman who refused the advances of a Turkish suitor who then denounced her for having promised to marry him, therefore promising to become Muslim and not. She was put to death, and her grave was found quite recently, and it was opened. Her grave had been lost, but it was found in beside the altar in the church where she used to worship. And when it was opened, there was a wonderful fragrance, the traditional fragrance of the tombs of the graves of saints. This is what makes neo-martyrs. It's not so much the intellectual assessment of them, if you like.
Yes, the communal worship.
It's connected, my remarks, but it's quite different from the ideological martyrs you get in like the account of the martyrdoms in Nisa and in Jerusalem that I mentioned.
And this prompts also another, I think, interesting aspect of holiness, also in Judaism and Islam. As far as I know, this concept of sainthood is not accepted in the official versions in rabbinic or Judaism, but also in formal Islam. Though there is an abundance of cases where kinds of martyrs are indeed worshipped. The cult of these men and women, not called saints, but holy people, with their shrines, do exist around the world.
Yes, yes. And Christians can venerate Muslim shrines like that. I remember as a child going to Istanbul, and my mother who was Greek from Istanbul, an Ottoman Greek, in fact. She was born before the fall of the empire. And she took me along, I remember, to venerate the shrine of Telibaba and ask him for favors. Yeah, this is a common approach to sainthood that gets missed in some of the texts.
That's right. And this is actually the theme of the doctoral thesis of our speaker in the next session, Father David Williams, who is investigating shared sacred spaces in the Eastern Mediterranean in the Byzantine period.
By the same token, I went to it was the 15th of August, and I went to the liturgy at Eximarmara, and half the congregation was Muslim Turkish. Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
exactly. If you go to Saint Demetrios in Ortaköy, which is very close to Megarev Marnavutköy, there is a very small church. I used to go there every Saturday because before I have my Ottoman course. It has a spring, a sand spring there. The church does not own any property. I ran into the lady who was in charge, Mrs. Olga, and she told me that miraculously we get a lot of money from Muslims coming every Saturday to the service. I went there during one Saturday. I went there, and it was me, Mrs. Olga, and the priest, the only Christian Orthodox in the church. There were about 50, 60 people, Turkish people, following the liturgy, doing their cross in a very similar way. And I asked them, why would you have so many people in the church? She explained to me that in February, when I was there, something happened up in the spring. A miracle happened with someone who was with a Muslim from Kastamonu who was disabled. He couldn't walk, and they say that if you go there 3 times, whatever you ask, it will be fulfilled. So this Muslim person went with his mother 3 times, and the 3rd time, while the service was taking place, they hear some screamings coming from up in the spring, and the mother came down quite nervous, and she trying to explain in Turkish what was happening. And after some hour, I think 10 or 5 minutes, the young man came carrying his I don't know how to say that in English. Came holding the things that he used to help him while walking, and it was really amazed. They were really amazed. That's why the people, that was circulated among the Muslims. And the next Saturdays, it was packed. Unfortunately, it has to be in silence by the Islamic authorities. Otherwise, they have to close down the church. And they didn't want to provoke and say what happened in that church. So it happens. Just to let you know, it's something very common, and it happens almost every year, somewhere in Istanbul, somewhere in Turkey.
Thank you very much, Evangele. And Andrulla.
That was very beautiful, Evangelos. Thank you for sharing that. I'm always delighted when I hear about these miracles going on in our churches.
It's true. It's happening. It's happening.
Yeah, it is happening. It is happening. My comment is more light-hearted and directed at Norman Russell. I've spent the last day and a half or whatever wondering how come he speaks his Greek so beautifully, and now I understand he has a Greek mother. Yeah. That was all.
Yeah, I've got a permanent identity crisis. You see, I had a mother from the eastern end of Europe and a father from the western end of Europe, Irish and Greek, and I'm happy with the mixture, though. I am.
No, I was
they
just amazed how your Greek was so perfect. Everything you pronounced was perfect. I thought, I mean, how is this even possible? But I
Ah,
understand, yeah.
the secret is from childhood, I only spoke Greek ever with I only I spoke only Greek with my mother
Mm.
and only English with my father. So,
Mm.
and
Dr. Russell, do you know what we say about Irish?
about
The Irish,
the Irish, what do you say?
the Greeks of the North.
The Greek, yes,
Wonderful.
yes.
And,
Yeah, and I've got ancestors on both sides I'm quite proud of. So, but it's um,
And on the subject of accents, as a half Cypriot, it's wonderful to hear Christophe Alandi speak that with that beautiful Cypriot accent. Beautiful.
Thank
ah,
you.
And on this joyful note, I think that we have now reached a close of the session on theology and spirituality, exploring themes of faith, society, politics. We see how all these are intermingled, and the efforts through the very critical years in the 13th, 14th, and 15th centuries, the attempts by scholars, by theologians, by intellectuals of building bridges. And this might give us a lesson in our troubled own times when we see what is happening in our neighborhood. So thank you very much for joining us in this session. On behalf of all of us, I thank our speakers for the papers that, as I said, gave us food for thought, inspired us. We learned much, and there is more in the afternoon. We will reconvene at 2:30 and not at 2 o'clock as in the previous program, because one of our speakers will be unable to join us. That is Noor Sobers Han, and hence we will with the guy we will convene at 2:30 with Father David Williams on the Holy Light as a signifier of purity, followed by Professor Jelena Edeljan from the University of Belgrade on popular funerary art in late medieval Serbia, and finally with Professor Teresa Shokros from Princeton University, a comparison between Thessaloniki and Siena in terms of religious cult and civic government. This session will be moderated by Evangelos. Then we will have discussion and our closing remarks. Thank you very much for joining us, for participating in our discussion. And if you have any question, please do share it in the general discussion at the end, but also on the chat so that we can have some responses from our speakers. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Καλή αντάμωση.
Do we have... Excellent. All right, let's have some minutes waiting for more people to join us. Do we have our speakers? It's Helena here.
Father David is here
Father
and
William
Teresa is here.
Here.
Yeah.
Teresa, hello, Teresa.
I can see Teresa's
Excellent.
name.
Right. All right. Well, good afternoon, fellow students, colleagues, and friends. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to our third session. Our speakers will present aspects of their research in interfaith encounters in the late Byzantine Mediterranean, focusing on space and culture. I would like to ask them to please keep the presentations within the allotted time to ensure a smooth flow and to allow sufficient time for discussion in the end. I'm pleased to introduce our first speaker, Father Reverend David Williams from Royal Holloway, University of London. Father David's research concentrates on shared sacred spaces, scents, objects, and rituals in the Byzantine Mediterranean. I'm pleased to invite him to share with us his thoughts and findings on the holy light as a signifier of purity. Father David, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. It's lovely to be with you again. My apologies for being slightly late this morning. It's quite early here in California, but some wonderful papers and discussion yesterday. So it's great to be back. So the holy light, the miracle ritual. I'll use these terms interchangeably for the purpose of this presentation. The appearance of miraculous light at the tomb of Jesus is by some tradition to have taken place from the Constantinian founding of the Holy Sepulchre. While the first account of the annual miracle of the Holy Light dates only to the late 9th century, today the scholarly consensus is that the ritual developed from Easter ritual elements common in the Latin West from the 6th century. The ritual that precedes the miracle is controlled by the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate of Jerusalem, though the Holy Sepulchre has been a fluctuating, multi-denominational space since before the First Crusade. Since then, a status quo of the Holy Sepulchre has regulated liturgical space for the use of the Orthodox, the Greeks, the Georgians, the Copts, the Armenians, Franciscans, and others, Ethiopians. Chidester and Linenthal, anthropologists of religion, regard hierarchical power relations of domination, subordination, inclusion and exclusion, appropriation and dispossession, the most important aspects of sacred space, and the Holy Sepulchre certainly offers clear examples of such characteristics. Though the space is shared, boundaries of space and timing divide the sepulchre up for confessional use. Transgression of these boundaries, whether real or imagined, has had serious repercussions up to the present, and I'm sure that we can all bring to mind images of fighting monks and all kinds of unpleasantness. The annual ritual of the Holy Light takes place on Holy Saturday at the tomb of Christ, which is marked out in the Holy Sepulchre complex under a ciborium or horos known as the edicule. The edicule covers a protrusion of limestone believed to be the burial bed of Christ. The edicule is contained within a rotunda topped with a dome that, until the construction of the Dome of the Rock, was the most visible in the urban landscape or skyline. The ritual is the culmination of Holy Week at the end of Lent. The appearance of the Holy Light, often known as Holy Fire, because of how it is transmitted from person to person, lamp to lamp, candle to candle, is traditionally believed to be the same light that shone at the time of the resurrection of Jesus. The edicule itself can traditionally be used by any of the Christian denominations that inhabit the Holy Sepulchre, but the ritual of the Holy Light is restricted to the Greek Orthodox community. There were times, notably during the crusading period, when the ritual was led by Latin, Roman Catholic, or Armenian, non-Chalcedonian hierarchs. The way that these occasions are recorded by Orthodox sources stresses the inauthenticity of the heterodox. In other words, the miracle publicly affirms the authenticity of the Orthodox liturgist and his congregation at the height of the drama of Holy Week and the Christian liturgical year. The telling of the failures of the heterodox to accomplish the ritual have become an important part of the law of orthodoxy in the Holy Land. The bulk of sources that report on the Holy Light are, as you would imagine, pilgrimage accounts, although the annual miracle is also reported in chronicles, geographies, and papal letters. Most of the accounts come from Western pilgrims from the First Crusade to the 16th century. We'll see that the majority of those accounts affirm the miraculous nature of the ritual, as you would, again, perhaps expect from pilgrimage literature. Muslim sources are typically affirm its authenticity also, though not universally. Muslim control of the rite is first recorded by Ibn al-Qas in the 10th century, who, though not an eyewitness himself, described the ritual. A Greek Christian source of 947 also reported the Muslim control of the ritual. In fact, the sources we have from the early 10th century through the end of the 12th, which was when Saladin restored Greek Orthodox authority in the Holy Sepulchre, show that the ritual was contested, opposed, mocked, and simultaneously shared by Latin or Muslim authorities or individuals. Interestingly, one of the most explicit condemnations of the miracle comes from not a Muslim author or source, but a Christian one, and that's Pope Gregory IX, who wrote a letter in 1238 expressly forbidding participation in the ritual, which he describes as a fraud. From this moment onwards, there are no more mentions of the holy fire at all in papal documents that I have found. It stands in stark contrast to the reference made to the ritual in Baldric of Dole's version of Pope Urban II's speech at Clermont that used the holy light as a motivation for the First Crusade. Despite this, 2 centuries later, Swiss friar Felix Fabri, though not an eyewitness of the ritual, described it as miraculous and affected by the descent of divine lightning. The history of the Patriarchs of Alexandria considers the miracle to be a fraud and to have been the chief justification for Caliph al-Hakim's total destruction of the Holy Sepulchre. The testimony of a Jerusalem monk named John, who had become frustrated with the Patriarch of Jerusalem being the source of this revelation of fraud to the Caliph. Bachabrez also considered Hakim's motivation to destroy the Holy Sepulchre to be as a punishment for the fraud of the miracle and the extortion of pilgrims. Very interestingly, the moment when one would think the Latin crusaders of the First Crusade would have themselves concluded that the miracle was a fraud resulted in the permanent role and privilege of the Greek Orthodox Patriarch in the ritual. And that was at the first celebration of the Easter ritual, or Holy Saturday, in newly conquered Jerusalem. So in 1101, the Latin Patriarch failed to provoke the miracle after performing the ritual, much to the lament of those gathered in the Holy Sepulchre. The Gesta account describes the despair among Western Christians in the Holy Sepulchre when after the long-anticipated miracle failed to arrive, they then processed to the Dome of the Rock, where the Crusaders performed penance and asked for God's forgiveness, perhaps for the brutality of the manner of the capture of Jerusalem. They asked this at the Temple of the Lord. And while they were there, they received word that the Orthodox clergy that had stayed behind in the Holy Sepulchre had succeeded in provoking the miracle in their absence. As a result, King Baldwin made sure to include the Orthodox clergy in the subsequent Holy Saturday rites from then on. The Russian pilgrim Daniel witnessed the rite in 1107 and described it in detail. The specific roles of both Latin and Greek clergy who performed their rituals simultaneously are mentioned by Daniel. He related that the holy light was taken from the tomb by a Latin bishop and given immediately to King Baldwin, along with the participation of the Greek patriarch. The Armenian chronicler Matthew of Edessa recorded the failures of 1101 and accused the Greeks of fraudulently lighting the lamps of the Holy Sepulchre in 1106. His account is the only pre-modern Christian account that mentions the use of trickery to produce the holy light, though he did emphasize that the holy light itself is a true miracle that appears when correct orthopraxis is observed. He also describes various behaviors that would prohibit the light from appearing. For example, the sinful behavior of hierarchs, the disestablishment of the claims of the national churches represented at the Holy Sepulchre, and the presence of women servitors, and particularly the incorrect calendrical observance of Easter. The presence of Muslims is noted in almost every single pilgrimage account that describes the miracle, and whether these are positive appraisals or not, nevertheless, Muslims are mentioned in almost every single one. Multiple sources in Greek and Arabic relate the attendance of the emir, the imam, and muezzin of the Dome of the Rock, and their carrying of the holy light in lampadas back to the mosque, the mosque of the city, so Al-Aqsa Mosque, and then the shrine, so the Dome of the Rock, and the use of the light taken from the Holy Sepulchre to light these mosques there for the year. The 10th century saw Muslim control of the ritual and usually involved the removal of all persons and the sealing of the Holy Sepulchre by the emir until the holy light had descended. Ibn al-Qas's 10th century account is the first to describe the situation, the most overt non-orthodox control over the ritual before the Crusades. So, I'm looking at the holy light as part of my overall research on shared sacred spaces in the Byzantine Mediterranean. And although the holy light is unique, and I'll talk more about what makes it unique in a moment, I contend that based on the examination of numerous shared sacred spaces, that miracles, and particularly the need for miracles, is a far more persuasive motivator than theological discourse in inspiring devotion in people of faith. This is why this ritual is the only liturgical service that is participated in by the diverse groups of the Holy Sepulchre and beyond. Now, in terms of what makes the space of the Holy Sepulchre a unique sacred space that allows for diverse participation at the time of this ritual, Alexei Lidov of blessed memory's hierotopy and iconicity are very useful. Just to briefly define hierotopy, which is the creation of sacred spaces regarded as a special form of creativity and a field of historical research, which reveals and analyzes particular examples of that creativity. So hierotopy provides a framework to study the ongoing process of making sacred space, making and remaking, reinterpreting, while accepting the reality of the sacred in its many manifestations. So the Holy Light is a quintessentially hierotopic event. It produces sacred space through ritual choreography, through material sacra, in this case the light, the fire, and then also through public performance. It also is a unique hierotopic mobility, firstly in the act of bringing out light from the tomb into the dark rotunda of the Holy Sepulchre, which creates a space in and of itself. The belief that For example, when the flame is transmitted, there are a couple of different traditions about this, but the main one is that once the flame has been transmitted to 3 people, it burns as a normal flame, but before that, it doesn't consume anything that it touches. That moment where the flame does not burn creates an imminent sacred limin that exists only within the ritual itself for a very short period of time. This liminality establishes the sacred space around the tomb as a place of contact between the divine and the worshipper, the pilgrim, and also the final destination of the flame. As it is taken out of the Holy Sepulchre to light the homes and churches or the mosques of the city, the mobile flame establishes and reinforces the spatial primacy of the tomb of Christ over all other sacred sites as the place of the resurrection. The living flame, kept at its new location, is an embodiment of the divine, most closely akin to a relic, but having no earthly material origin. Rather, it can be, to the believer, a manifestation of the uncreated energy of God. All other sacred materialities, objects, relics, blessed water, oil, or even the Eucharistic bread and wine are sanctified and changed, but the holy fire is not changed because it is believed to descend directly from God. According to those who strongly believe in the authenticity of the miracle today, it is the same light that shone from the body of Jesus at his transfiguration on Mount Tabor, the uncreated light. We mentioned the Palamites briefly yesterday. The whole of the Holy Sepulchre then is illuminated with the light from the ritual regardless of denominational boundaries, and the political aspect of the ritual's control therefore extends beyond the short time of the ritual itself into the liturgical and spatial reality of each of the competing Christian groups. The use of the holy light to illumine the Islamic sacred spaces of the Temple Mount is particularly interesting when considering the liminality created by the mobile flame. If we take for granted that the use of the holy light to illumine the churches of Jerusalem and further afield creates an imminent link that emphasizes the Holy Sepulchre's spatial primacy, what are we to make of the use of the flame within an Islamic spatial context? Father Antonios Kakalis describes the function of a limin in this way. I directly quote, "Liminality is about the inhabitation of boundaries and the penetration of borders. Liminality is about boundaries as fields of inhabitation that keep the meaning of the places they divide and connect under negotiation." End quote. This nuanced consideration of the limin as a place of meeting and separation under negotiation is a helpful reminder that the presence of sanctifying materiality is always subject to interpretation and the context in which it finds itself. In the case of the Islamic understanding of the holy light, the sources don't reveal very much. However, the ability to assemble sacred objects, architecture, and memory within an Islamic narrative is well established in the Umayyad period, and we see the adoption of Christian sacra on a grand scale with the well-known adoption of the relic of the head of St. John the Baptist, along with the Byzantine topos of the finding of the head or the translation of the head. It is possible then to imagine that the holy light, at some point in history, was viewed as genuine by certain Muslims who had no difficulty in disassociating it with its Christian identity. The miracle may have been accepted by non-Orthodox and even controlled by them. Ultimately, it became a way to retain purity when management of the space and even the ritual itself could not be saved from the pollution of the heterodox. And I'll end there. Thank you.
Vangelium, your microphone.
Right, sorry about this. Well, moving next, Father David, thank you very much for your paper. Moving next, our speaker is Professor Helena Erdős from the University of Belgrade. Her research explored aspects of Byzantine and medieval art and culture, Serbian art and culture of the pre-modern era, Balkan studies, Mediterranean studies, Jewish studies, and Jewish art and culture in the Balkans. I'm pleased to invite Helena to present her paper on popular funerary art in late medieval Serbia, an echo of Slavonic pre-Christian beliefs in the late Middle Ages. Helena, the floor is yours.
Thank you so very much. Thank you to all the organizers and to all the people attending this wonderful colloquium. I would like to share my presentation. Can I do it now?
Yes, of course, you may do it, yes.
Is it okay? Can you see it?
Yes, it's absolutely fine.
So,
Thank you.
thank you once again. The topic that I'm going to address today is popular funerary art in late medieval Serbia as an echo of Slavic pre-Christian beliefs in the late Middle Ages. However, before we get to that part, that specific part, the echo of Slavic pre-Christian beliefs as something very specific for the Serbian milieu, even to this day, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that there is a multitude of textual and visual evidence for the study of issues related to death and dying, funerary art, and customs in medieval Serbia. Being a part of the Christian Orthodox Byzantine ecumeny, all rites and rituals pertaining to death, dying, burial, and remembrance in medieval Serbia must firstly and necessarily, although not exclusively nor too insistently, be regarded within that context. The particularities and specificities brought on the one hand, by the multicultural and multi-confessional affiliation of the population, which made up the society of medieval Serbia, and on the other, by the enduring remnants of Slavic pagan funerary practices and beliefs, particularly among the majority rural Orthodox population, especially in the late medieval period, the early modern period under Turkish rule. So basically, this is also going into the so-called post-Byzantine period. We should always keep that in mind. This text offers, this part of my text or this part of my presentation offers an overview and insights into the sophisticated rhetoric of death and dying in both the written sources and the visual material related to funerary art in medieval Serbia. And I believe that this complex issue should, by all means, be a subject of further research. A number of preserved written sources from the corpus of texts of various genres produced over the centuries in the Serbian cultural milieu and the Old Slavonic of the Serbian redaction offer testimony of the final hours in the funerals or of historical figures who played decisive roles in the life and politics of medieval Serbia from the 12th to the 15th century, from the time of the first Nemanids to the end of the Middle Ages and the fall of the Serbian lands under Ottoman rule. Together with the visual material, and of course, I, as an art historian, will insist on the visual material, a significant number of preserved mausolea of rulers, members of the ruling dynasties, dignitaries of the state and church, prelates, and pertaining monuments mark their graves, as well as a vast count of tombstones, arcosolea, and other forms of funerary monuments of both high-ranking noblemen and simple peasants, along with funerary portraits and inscriptions on walls and gravestones. Textual and visual evidence is quite plentiful for the study of issues related to death and dying in medieval Serbia. And before I go on, I would just like to take you on a quick virtual tour of those mausolea that I just mentioned, that I'm sure you know quite well, but let us just take a tour so that we know the framework within which we are working here, because this is the formal part, the official part of the cultural Christian identity of Serbia. And we'll be discussing more the popular art and the perseverance or the afterlife of these ancient beliefs that actually existed or coexisted with the very high theological learnings that were deeply based and deeply interconnected with especially Constantinopolitan liturgical practices that were implemented in Serbia, and Jerusalem, the Jerusalem Rite that was implemented in Serbia since the days of Saint Sava the Serbian. So as with everything, we begin, as with all other walks of life in Serbian cultural history, we begin with the monastery of Studenica from the 12th century, founded by Simeon Nemanja, the founder of the dynasty, and the Church of the Virgin Evergetis in that monastery. And of course, his other foundation on Mount Athos, Hilandar, which was actually his first resting place, the first resting place of Simeon Nemanja, whose body was then transferred to Studenica and laid to rest in the Church of the Virgin. And his tomb in Studenica became the model after which all the tombs of the following Nemanjid rulers and other rulers from the Lazarević and Branković dynasties followed suit. And his immediate successors from all the various branches of the Nemanjid family tree, the Holy Nemanjid family tree, made mausolea in their own right. Like this, for example, Mileševa, the church where the body of Saint Sava was actually laid to rest after it had been transferred from Bulgaria, from Trnovo in 1235. This was, of course, this is a church in Serbia that was raised in the 13th century by King Vladislav, with fantastically preserved fresco paintings, of course, and including the portraits, the funerary portrait of the donor, King Vladislav, and images like this, which I'm sure that everybody recognizes. Then we move on, for example, to Sopoćani, which was the act of tutorship of King Uroš the First in around 1265, the Church of the Holy Trinity, with imagery such as this. On the western wall, the Mission of the Virgin, but also with imagery that is actually documenting the funerary practices of the royalty, the Serbian royalty. So we have an image of the death scene of Ana Dandolo, of course, the wife of one of the wives of Stefan Prvovenčani, Stephen the First Crowned, who was a Venetian princess and who was the mother of the Titor, Uroš the First, who was laid to rest in Sopoćani. And this image is painted on the wall right above her sarcophagus, which is in the narthex of Sopoćani. And this is the Church of the Virgin in Gradac, where the wife of Uroš, Jelena, was laid to rest, the Holy Queen Jelena, the mother of King Milutin and King Dragutin. This is the final resting place, the mausoleum of King Milutin, Stefan Uroš II Milutin, in Banjska, the Church of Saint Stephen. This, of course, is the aforementioned King Milutin in one of his most representative portraits from Prizren, from the Church of the Virgin Eleusa or Ljeviška from the early 14th century. And onwards to his successors, to his son and to his grandson, who were the Titors of Dečani, the Pantokrator Church in Dečani that was raised by Stefan Dečanski, King Stefan Dečanski, and by King and later Tsar or Emperor Dušan. These are the tombs of King Stefan Dečanski and Queen Maria within the naus of the Church of the Pantokrator in Dečani. These are the relics of the miracle working relics of King Stefan Dečanski and the original 14th century reliquary of King Stefan Dečanski. And finally, Tsar Dusan or Emperor Dusan. This is one of his most famous portraits from the Lesnovo Church of the Holy Archangels, and his burial place at the Monastery of the Holy Archangels by the imperial city of Prizren on the river Bistrica, that the aforementioned Professor Vlada Stankovic and I wrote a book which has just come out in December of last year. So with new insights into the typology of the funerary monument of Tsar Dusan or Emperor Dusan. Afterwards, in the 14th century, after the death of the last Nemanid ruler, Uroš in 1371, and the rise of the Lazarevich dynasty, the royal mausoleum of Prince Lazar Hrebeljanović is the monastery of Ravanica, and finally his son, Despot Stefan Lazarevich, was buried in the Church of the Holy Trinity in the monastery of Manasija or Resava. So being a part of the Orthodox Byzantine world, Serbian medieval attitudes towards death, dying, and memoria were certainly theologically and liturgically grounded in the centuries-long Christian Orthodox tradition of the Byzantine Church. Byzantine typica of the Komnenian era, such as firstly the typicon of the Pantocrator monastery in Constantinople from 1136, and of course the dynastic mausoleum, as well as the typicon of the monastery of the Virgin Kosmosotira at Fire from 1152, the burial church of the Sebastokrator Isaac Komnenos, offer elaborate descriptions of funerary provisions and memoria. Apart from those of the ktitors and the imperial family members, Byzantine typica of the Komnenian era also offer regulations for the burial of the monks, for example, the typicon of the Kosmosotira, outside the monastic enclosure perimeter, but within the broader sacred space of the monastic foundation. Moreover, the extraordinarily elaborate commemorative practices and descriptions of tombs that are related in the typica of the Georgian general Gregorios Pakourianos in the 11th century for Bachkovo in Bulgaria, and the Emperor John II Komnenos for the monastery of Christ Pantocrator in Constantinople, can be compared with the archaeological evidence at both sites, and indeed the former is still a functioning monastery. They offer direct and invaluable insight into the attitudes towards death, dying, and remembrance in the Middle Byzantine period, and thus provide us with the prerequisite historical and theological background significant for understanding the first preserved Serbian medieval written sources, monastic typica, and hagiographies related to the subject and produced at that time as an expression of belonging integrally to the world of the empire of the Romans, that is, of the Christian Roman Empire, in the era of the Komnenoi. So being an integral part of that world and monastic tradition, the typic of the first Nemanid foundations from the end of the 12th and the beginning of the 13th century, composed by Sava the Serbian and following the Constantinopolitan Evergetis model, offers similar provisions regarding death, burial, and memory of their royal Nemanid ktitors, can be regarded as the first written sources relevant for the study and understanding of death and dying in medieval Serbia. Other relevant sources include hagiographies. In hagiographies of Serbian rulers, we find Ars Moriendi references, as well as descriptions and testimonies of dying a good death that are not to be found in accounts of deaths of the emperors of Byzantium. And this is a point where we see a divergent tendency from the strictly Byzantine model that is that concerns the idea of death and dying in medieval Serbia. Among the several accounts of death and dying, the dying of the good death, one of the most prominent ones, and the one that served as a model, is of course that of the death of Stefan Nemanja in the monastery of Hilandar, of which he was the founder. And we find these descriptions in his Vita, and especially in the Vita that was composed, that were the two Vita that were composed by his two sons, by Sava and by Stefan Provenzani, as well as in the Vita that was composed by Domitian in the 13th century. What these Vita are saying is that, having sensed that the hour of death was upon him, Simeon Nemanja addressed his son Sava and the monks of Hilandar in the following words: "Here the hour of my leave is near, and the Lord is already dismissing me in peace, according to his word, so that it may be fulfilled. You are dust, and to dust thou shalt return." Nemanja at that time required that a very special miracle-working icon, the icon of the Virgin Odigitria, and we have that icon, that very icon, preserved in the monastery of Hilandar, that this icon be brought to him so that he could fulfill his vows of committing his spirit into her hands. He says, "Bring to me, child," addressing, of course, Sava, "the mother of my Lord Jesus Christ, so that I can, as I promised, commit into her hands my spirit." This description, as I said, is one of several that we have preserved in the written sources, but also this is a very special description of death, the dying of the good death, and the ritual of dying, the ritual of committing one's soul to, and in returning to what Domitian called the true fatherland. He called the grave the true fatherland because upon being laid into the grave, the soul was to expect the second coming and, of course, the resurrection, and to be actually taken into the bosom of Abraham and to be returned into paradise. So this whole idea was further developed in the Vita, for example, the Vita of Saint Jelena, the mother of Milutin and Dragutin and the wife of King Uroš, who was buried in Gradac that I just shown to you. And the whole ritual of her very public death was described in great detail by Danilo II in his Vita of the kings and the archbishops of Serbia. And this idea of death and the grave as a place through which one would return to one's true homeland or fatherland is actually something that underlies the other side of the coin of funerary art in Serbia, so the popular funerary art in Serbia. And it is present in various forms. I'm talking now about the visual identity and the visual expressions of this idea in a huge number of late medieval gravestones found on rural, urban, and monastic graveyards as well, throughout Serbian lands of the Middle Ages. And these parts today are now in Serbia proper, in Montenegro, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, even some in the coastal areas of present-day Croatia. These gravestones have lately been included collectively, known under the name of stečak or stečci in the plural. They have been included as nominated and confirmed as UNESCO World Heritage. So they're now under UNESCO protection. The multiple meanings associated with the term stečak, and this is the collective term that is used for such monuments, is present in historiography and has been variously defined in historiography, sometimes too exclusively tied to heretical burials, to Bogumil burials. However, my years of my investigation, actually now decades of my investigation, have proved that these these types of tombstones were used to mark the graves of both Bogomils in a smaller number, but also the Orthodox, the Catholic population, the Muslim population of the Balkans after Ottoman conquest, and the Jewish population as well, as I'll show you shortly. But time is running out, and I would like to draw your attention to the types of the monuments in question, okay? So as you see here, we have several different variations. We have horizontal monuments like these. These would be slabs, these would be coffins or pseudo-sarcophagi. And then we would have the upright standing monuments as well. We would have the stele, the columns, and the crosses. And as far as the decoration of such monuments goes, we have a huge variation of things, but basically we can narrow it down to several fundamental iconographical motifs. They're all actually focused on the human figure, but the human figure is represented in a variation of modes of stylization. You can recognize, of course, the standing human figure here on this cross, of course, complete with the bow and arrow and in full military garb and almost reflecting the frescoes of the holy warriors. So the ideal Christian warrior type. But then again, you would have the human figure in a highly stylized form, such as this, that many have identified actually as the so-called architectural elements. These are not architectural elements. They may resemble a series of columns or perhaps a colonnade, but actually what they are is that they are a highly stylized form of anthropomorphic design, with this round part being the very stylized head and this rectangular part being a very stylized body. Why am I saying this? And this is the part where we come to the rituals that deeply echo these ancient pre-Slavic beliefs. Upon the completion of the rite of burial, there is a meal that is given out to those who attend the burial, to those who belong to the family, as a means of consolation, of condolences, of offering peace to those who have just been separated from a loved one. And the actual form of the table, the wooden table, the plank, actually, the wooden plank that is brought to the grave and laid upon the grave, is this form. This is the form of that, the table that the funerary rite or the funerary meal is passed on and offered. And this form echoes a very ancient form of the house idol of the Slavs, which actually represented the deified ancestors. And here we come to the key word, the cult of the ancestors. All this death and dying and parting and leaving and expecting to be reunited. On the one hand, you're expecting to be reunited with Christ, of course, because you're a Christian. But on the other hand, in a world that is very distant from Stefan Prvovenčani, Uroš Milutin, Tsar Dušan, and others, but at the same time, it's the same world. They would be expecting, of course, to be reunited with Christ because they were Christians, but also deep down because they celebrated their ancestors through Slava, which is a typical Serbian thing to this day. They would be expecting to be reunited with their deified ancestors, the holy ancestors. I'll come back to Slava. Slava is the key word again. For example, Greeks celebrate their name days, right? We all know that. My name day would be the day of Constantine and Helena, and everybody has their own name day, which they celebrate. In Serbia and among the Serbs, wherever they are, we don't, although we are Orthodox Christians, we don't celebrate name days. We celebrate the Slava still. It's a very ancient custom that has to do with our deified and Christianized holy ancestor. So, for example, my family celebrates Agia Paraskevi, so Sveta Petka. We celebrate her, the saint, as our practically holy ancestor. And the overlapping of the Christian ideas of death, departing, and expecting to be reunited with Christ in the bosom of Abraham and expecting the second coming and the resurrection is actually mirrored in, or the pagan one is mirrored in the Christian one, in the pagan rite of passage. And the expectation, you see that these figures often have their arms raised towards something that is resembling a solar disk, ad astra. So we have these Christian concepts, of course, of the soul going ad astra. But here, the recognizable Christian aspect would have a very deep underlying pagan current that doesn't make this person who was buried under this tombstone any less Christian, but it's just that he has a well, so to say, double identity. It's not a double identity, but it's overlapping. Other images in these tombstones often speak of the holy ancestors, the cult of the holy ancestors, the deified ancestors, in ways that are associated with animals that are actually invested with the souls of the holy ancestors. A typical animal would be the snake. And there are many, of course, folklore tales about the good snakes and the snakes that protect the household. And I think this is not a typically Serbian thing. It's an anthropological phenomenon that exists in many cultures and in many different religions throughout the world. What you would also have is representations of mythological animals that would combine the images, for example, of wolves. Wolves were also recognized as these holy ancestors. Bears would be recognized as these holy ancestors, but also dragons, because dragons were some sort of snakes as well. And then you would have representations of people, so and animals in rows, often engaged in dance, so poros, or hunting. The hunting scenes would also be a mode of expression of the desire to be reunited with the soul of the holy ancestor, where the hunter is the one who is the departed one, and the animal that is hunted is the holy animal, the holy spirit, the holy ancestor, and the hunt itself is uniting the soul of the departed with his holy ancestor. Of course, this is not, again, typical only of Serbia in the Middle Ages or typical of Serbian folklore at all, because we know of the symbolic meaning of the hunt. By the way, this is how, for example, the hunt would be reinterpreted in early Christian sarcophagi from the pagan sarcophagi when it appeared in the early Christian context. Of course, it could be interpreted in a Christian context. What this indicates is that there was a whole stratum of production and interpretation of scenes of iconography and indeed of funerary monuments that could work in both the Orthodox Christian rural setting, in the Orthodox Christian urban setting, in the monastic, even in the monastic setting. This is the Orthodox Christians. But then the example of Novo Brdo and the church, the Saxon church of Santa Maria in Novo Monte, this is a Catholic church from the 14th century that was founded by King Milutin, displays a huge number of the same types of funerary monuments as we had seen already in rural contexts in Bosnia, in Serbia, in the north of Dalmatia and other parts. Finally, Jewish monuments from Niš, the Jewish cemetery from Niš. The earliest monuments can be dated to the 16th century, and they go on through the 17th century, 18th century, all the way to the Holocaust. But the unepigraphic ones that date to the 16th and the 17th century, you would never recognize that this wasn't one of the localities, one of the sites from Bosnia or Herzegovina, or from central and southern Serbia, of the Orthodox population. If I hadn't told you that this was actually a Jewish cemetery, a Sephardic Jewish cemetery, with also members of the Shabbateans. So these are the crypto-Muslims, the Jews that are the crypto-Muslims that were actually buried at this site. Thank you very much. This is a very complex subject, and I'm more than happy to hear your questions. Thank you.
Helena, thank you so much for your paper. Yes, right. Well, our final speaker is Professor Teresa Sokros. Professor Sokros is Associate Professor of History and Hellenic Studies at Princeton University and a senior member of Robertson College, Cambridge University. She is a historian of the medieval Mediterranean world. Her research situates itself as the interstices between Byzantium, Islam, and the Latin West. She is especially concerned with contact, conflict, and exchange between different ethno-religious and social groups, often within the context of large-scale migration and the experiences of migrants such as colonizers, enslaved persons, and refugees. At her request, her paper and the discussion on it will not be recorded due to lack of time in negotiating internal restrictions of permission for recording and disseminating scholarly material with Princeton University. For this reason, I would like to ask Jack to stop the recording and resume it after the questions and answers on Teresa's paper, which will proceed the general discussion. Thank you, Jack. Recording. Thank you, Jack. Well, let's continue with questions on the individual papers of our rest speakers, starting with the paper of Father David. Any questions?
I think Anne raised
Anne has
something.
just written something. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much, Father David. I really enjoyed your talk. I have never heard of an actual description of the miracle of the Holy Light as it happened, so to speak. And I wondered if you could just say just a little bit briefly about kind of how it works. Do people bring a light out from the tomb area? Is it a fire?
Yes.
Just
So,
curiosity.
yeah, no, absolutely. Well, it's a very interesting and fun kind of thing to think about because, this is something that's repeated every year, So, so essentially all of the lights are extinguished in the church of the Holy Sepulchre, and the patriarch is within the tomb, and then after a series of prayers, this is kind of it's kind of shrouded in mystery. He leaves the tomb with lighted candles, and from those candles, the gathered pilgrims and other people take this flame, and they pass it along, so to speak. Again, I said that, I did say, I'm going to use miracle and ritual interchangeably because to many, probably hundreds of thousands of people, this is taken very seriously and is believed truly to be a miracle. Recently, the Patriarchate, the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate of Jerusalem, stopped referring to the ritual as the miracle of the Holy Light. And the various sort of details about the origin of the light There are different sort of there have been some interviews that have come out that state that of course there is already a flame within the tomb that is hidden, from which the patriarch draws this light. But it seems to have served the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate very well, for it to not openly admit that this is not a miracle, right? Because of the political situation of the Holy Sepulchre and how it is divided, and again, being the only person that is historically been able to provoke the miracle in a space that is shared, but in an antagonistically shared space, contested shared space, it certainly serves their claim to authenticity very well. It's not. So anyway, yes. Whether there is a flame already in there, lit in a lamp in secret, or whether the patriarch's candles are lit by a kind of divine emanation of light, which is, if you read the source material, overwhelmingly the sources, consider it to be the result of either a lightning bolt or something similar to that. It's sort of up to you. But an interesting aspect of the performance of the ritual is that when to use the terminology of the sources, when a heterodox person attempts to draw the holy light, they, of course, either because they're not aware of the fraudulent origin, or because God finds them unworthy, they're unable to produce the miracle. And there have been interesting cases. For example, if you enter the main entrance way to the Holy Sepulchre, there's a column in the doorway on the left-hand side, which is split. And it's said to be the result of an attempt by the Armenian patriarch to draw the holy fire, and instead of it appearing at the tomb, it kind of exploded out of the front of the building instead. So, yes.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Anne, for your question. Thank you.
All right. Any questions on Father David's paper? Sorry. Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yes.
May I?
Russell. Yes.
Yes.
Please do.
I'm impressed by how Father David treads a very delicate line between scholarly skepticism and orthodox faith. I myself have no problem with miracles, having seen several close up. But anyway, leave that aside. I'd just like to ask, there was a period of intense conflict between Latins and Orthodox in the late 17th century, when the Franciscans, backed by the French ambassador to the Holy Port, tried to seize control. I think a Franciscan was killed in the fracas. This was under Dositheus II. Do you know where the Holy Fire came in that conflict, or is this not known?
So there are cases where where access to the tomb itself has just been completely impossible. All right, this would be one of those cases. Obviously, when the Holy Sepulchre was destroyed, for example, in these cases, the holy light has been said to have appeared at different areas within the Holy Sepulchre complex. So the one would be, the kind of the explosion of fire outside of the church through that column. Another time would be, there's a fairly famous or very well known event when the emir replaced all of the wicks of the lamps with copper rather than wick, whatever is used for wicks, so that they couldn't possibly catch a light. And so some of those we're told were miraculously lit, the copper wicks, but also that the holy light appeared also outside of the church, directly to the patriarch, to spontaneously sort of lighting the bunches of candles that he holds. So in that case, with the Franciscans, this is what happened essentially. That when the Greeks were forbidden from entering into the tomb itself, that the holy light follows them. I have no problem with miracles. Far from it. I mean that's the whole reason that I look at this. I think that we had a conversation about atheists and where they fit in to all of this stuff. I kind of follow Eliade to a point where he classified Homo religiosus and then modern man, but I think that this is an overstep. I think that Homo religiosus is us forever, I think.
All right, thank you. Any questions on Father William's paper? Right, let's move to
Father David. Can I ask a question? I didn't quite understand the connection or possible connection between Easter rituals in the West before the First Crusade and the Holy Light ceremony. If you can expand on this.
Yes. Well, this is actually something that's been pointed out probably best by Professor Andrew Jotiski, that there is documentation of similar rituals happening in France, actually, and there are still Easter fire rituals that occur within the Western Church, to this day, and of course with Jerusalem, being a very, very popular pilgrimage site, to say something entirely obvious, it's not surprising that certain elements may have been imported, in order to kind of satisfy that ritual need of pilgrims. So it's known in the West. Just to say something really quickly, you did ask about emotions earlier on too. I think that this is the height of the drama of Holy Week. Through the entire period of fasting, looking forward to the joy of the resurrection, to be able to, in some performative way, reenact in a way or participate in this moment of resurrection, but in an imminent way, is really, really unique. There's actually the speech of Pope Urban II at Clermont, when the version that was recorded by Baldric of Dol, he says specifically in there, there's this rhetorical flourish. He says, "Whose heart is so stony, brethren, that is not touched by so great a miracle as the Holy Light?" It's there and it's known, and from a very early time. It's just that we don't have a true description of how the ritual takes place until the 9th century. Yes.
Thank you. Very, very interesting. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. So going next, any questions for Professor Helena Dejian, please? Yes, Dr. Dodrinos.
Helena, thank you again for a fascinating illustrated paper. full of the most beautiful icons. Some of them I have never seen before, including that of the Virgin. Now, I would like to confirm that the photograph that you showed us with the funerary tombs from different for Jewish families and Christian families and bogomiles you mentioned, there were of the late Byzantine period, or was it in the Ottoman period? Because it is not quite clear to me how the bogomile element enters this sacred space.
Thank you for your question. You're quite right to pose this question. First of all, the fact that through historiography from the 19th century, and especially in the 20th century, and especially in socialist, communist, Titoist Yugoslavia, these tombstones were assigned mainly to the bogomiles in order to formulate that the bogomiles were some sort of proto-communists, that they were opposed to the church, like the communists, which is crazy in its own right. So first of all, the fact that I mentioned this because I had to mention it since this appears in historiography, but I also mentioned that there are some bogomiles, and these tombstones are from the late Middle Ages. They would be dated. Most of them are unepigraphic, so there are no inscriptions. Some of them do have inscriptions, on the other hand. So by the ducts of the carving of the letters and the forms of the text, you can date them to the 14th century, the 15th century, but they go on through the Ottoman era as well. The number of these tombstones that can be strictly assigned to the bogomiles is very small. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, most of them they belong to the Orthodox Christian population, to the Catholic Christian population, but the same type of monuments carved in the same workshops from the very same stone, the local stone that was quarried in, close to these places where the actual workshops were. They appear on Muslim graveyards following the Ottoman conquest. What we do have, again, is something very, a symbiosis of, for example, the Muslim, nishan, the type of monument, which is like the typical pillar with the turban on top. But sometimes we have these Christian nishans, the type, the form is like a Muslim monument, but they have a cross inside into one of the sides of the monuments. So you can see that they're actually being used for a Christian burial. And you have to keep in mind that in these places, the interaction between these communities in the area, in the period, this is the Balkans, the Central Balkans, the Western Balkans, the period before the Great Austro-Turkish Wars, there was great interaction between these communities. They were not separated. They were not so antagonistic. They were employed on common, for example, the trade routes that ran through the Balkans that connected the seas, the Adriatic seas, through the Bay of Kotor, Boca di Cataro, through, of course, Dubrovnik, and then again through the Morava and Vardar valleys to Thessaloniki and further on, they interacted. The Muslim population, which was actually the converted Christian population, the Turks, they stayed in the cities, the Ottomans were in the cities, but in the rural communities, you would have members of the same family that, some of them remained Christians, Orthodox Christians, and others had converted to Islam, but they still communicated. So you can see the same sort of communication, I mean, symbolically through the gravestones. And the Jewish population in Serbian lands is documented through written sources from the 12th century. Of course, they were there from antiquity. Of course, we have things in the Balkans like Stobi and Plovdiv and things like this. Of course, the well-documented Jewish communities of Thessaloniki, for example, or Athens or Corinthos or other major urban centers, that we know of. But in the smaller places as well, so the Romagnont population was gradually overwhelmed, so to speak, by the Sephardic population. And then the ones that I showed you, the ones from Niš, the Jewish tombstones from Niš, they belong to the Sephardic population, which is there from the end of the 15th century on towards until the Holocaust. So, and even today, some of the survivors are still there.
Thank you very much.
I don't know whether that answers your question.
It does. And I have only one a small addition to make, a suggestion rather, not an addition, but a suggestion. You mentioned dying the good death. This reminds me of the Divine Liturgy, where the priest chants and prays for Χριστιανά τέλη της ζωής ημών, ανώδυνα, ανεπέσχυντα, ειρηνικά. So I don't know whether this might have some influence on this Serbian.
Of course, yes, of course, especially the hagiographies and the descriptions of the good deaths. They directly referred to that aspect. So yes,
thank you very much.
Indeed, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Any questions on Professor Radizzi? Yes. Please do.
Yes, about a year ago, I was in Belgrade and I enjoyed the wonderful hospitality by Vlada Stankovic and Helena. And I remember discussing with them separately about the Slava. So my question about emotions, and it's considered an ethno-archaeological / anthropological question. What emotions emerge during this ritual or festivity?
Thank you very much, Chrysavlante, for remembering our good days in Belgrade and our inspiring round table on Cyprus as well. That was really something. Slava, well, they bring tears to my eyes, how shall I say? And it's not only tears of joy, but it's tears, if we speak about emotions, it's tears of being deeply moved and feeling a connection with all the generations of my ancestors, the ones I've known and the ones that I don't know, And at the moment we gather around the table for Slava, celebrating our patron saint, who is actually our holy ancestor. We light the candle, we have the ritual bread, we have the wine, we have the grain, we have other ritual foods that are eaten, and these foods also have, of course, Christian symbolism, of course. I mean, you can recognize that straight off. But the grain and the bread and everything, this also has a deep connection. This is the anthropological folkloristic aspect of the whole story. They're deeply connected with offerings that were made to these holy ancestors as chthonic demons. Because as chthonic demons, they controlled the productivity of a certain society, the fruit of the society, the success of the society. They secured protection to the society, and the places of burial and the monuments that I showed you, and the elements, the iconographic elements, the symbolic elements on them, they often show the departed, the deceased, in his or her otherworldly existence as a chthonic demon, okay? But a good chthonic demon, because you don't want to offend, okay? You don't want to, nobody wants a vampire. You know that vampire is a Serbian word that is used in every language. So if you disrespect the dead, you can bring on bad things onto society. This is simplifying things very, very badly. But to come back to the emotions, yes, the emotions run deep, It's a family thing. It's also a thing for friends. It's not to be celebrated in public spaces because the whole point is the house, the household that is under the protection. Nowadays, of course, with these nouveau riche people who know nothing about nothing, they go out into restaurants and they celebrate Slava. And okay, no further comment. That's not, you're not doing anything for your household. So you're doing something for the restaurant, you're giving them money. So, but in all seriousness, so Slava is it is something to be kept, and it is really a point, an axial point of identity for Serbs, whether they define themselves as religious, practicing religious people or not, you know.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any questions on Professor Desian? Right.
We have lost Norman. I can't see Norman.
He winked his hand saying goodbye.
What a pity. What a pity.
Yes. All right then. On behalf of all of us, may I thank Father David, Helena, and Teresa for the truly fascinating and stimulating papers, which gave us much food for thought. I'm now delighted to invite Dr. Chrysovalandis Kyriakou, who will summarize the findings of our colloquium and share with us some reflections on our general theme. Before Jack closes the proceedings of our gathering, Chrysovalandis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Evangelium. I will try to be brief. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank our host, the Institute of Classical Studies, the School of Advanced Studies of the University of London, especially Professor Catherine Harlow and the ICS staff for all their valuable help. We also wish to thank our speakers and participants from all over the world. Many thanks to the organizers of this colloquium, Dr. Paris Chronakis, Dr. Evangelos Kataphilis, Jack Dooley, and Charalambos Dendrinos. Last but not least, many thanks to Dr. Achilleas Hadjikyriakou, a former member of our team, but still a good friend of the Hellenic Institute. So the aim of this colloquium has been to provide fresh perspectives on the mechanics of identity formation, boundary building, interreligious and intercultural exchange, and community inclusion and exclusion. Our scholarly meeting has been structured into 3 sessions: Society and Politics, with papers by Shukurov, Dooley, and Delang; Theology and Spirituality, papers by Kataphilis, Kyriakou, and Russell; and Space and Culture, with papers by Williams, Erteljan, and Shokros. What follows is my own subjective and selective reading of what has been presented in the last 2 days, suggesting some common themes and desiderata for future research. First, medieval states strategically employed religion as a political instrument to facilitate cultural and political assimilation. While religious identity could be fluid and manipulated by elites to advance personal or political agendas, see, for example, papers by Shukurov, Dooley, Delang, this flexibility was not uniformly accessible. Second point, non-elites, particularly women and religious authorities such as court theologians, bishops, monks, martyrs, rabbis, and Sufi masters often acted as boundary makers and missionaries, both within their community as well as outside their own community, through religious training, ritual observance, veneration of saints and relics, creation and control of sacred space, martyrdom, apologetics, and preaching. These are very different mechanisms of religious identity formation. And again, papers, see papers by Shukurov, DeLange, Katafilis, Kyriakou, Russell, and Williams. Third point, rather than fostering homogenization, these societies functioned more as salad bowls than melting pots. And I use the expression used yesterday by Professor DeLange, exemplified by Jewish communities living in socially segregated yet enduring coexistence, marginalized but not entirely isolated. Furthermore, there existed a notable density of intra- and interfaith connections as seen in transregional Jewish networks and the circulation of religious texts such as the Kapinos' manuscript, linking communities across the Eastern Mediterranean. For although we often tend to see the late medieval period as dominated by the three Abrahamic religions, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, religious expressions were often layered, revealing an even richer religious landscape with strong Abrahamic links to the pre-Christian past, as shown by Helena Ertel-John's paper on the Slava and the cult of the ancestors. 5, returning to the political dimension of religion, Teresa Shawcross has emphasized how religious narratives and rituals shaped communal identity, encouraging citizens to embody moral and civic virtues aligned with both Christian and political ideals in Thessaloniki, primarily Siena and Florence, and reflecting shared religious and urban practices in the Mediterranean. Now, a number of desiderata to be explored in the future, acknowledging the uneven access of historical actors to religious fluidity creates a need for microhistorical and subaltern perspectives on non-elite experiences across different regions and socioeconomic backgrounds. This can be achieved by incorporating into our narratives a variety of sources and perspectives that provide a bottom-up view of identity construction. Another point, the role of boundary makers among non-elites. While grouped together, religious authorities and non-elite women are different agents. There is a need to distinguish between these categories and explore the specific mechanisms of agency and influence for each group. Gender-sensitive and institutional approaches could help clarify the roles played by different actors, for example, women's devotional practices versus or complemented by monks' theological production. Third, use of network analysis or even spatial history, for example, using GIS technology to map patterns of segregation and connectivity across the late Byzantine world, providing metrics or indicators which define coexistence versus assimilation or isolation. And the inspiration for this was Paris Chronakis' question last night to Professor DeLange on Jewish geography. For greater integration of anthropological and ethnographic methods, as well as archaeological evidence, could reveal layered religious expressions and syncretism in relation to non-Abrahamic faith continuities. And 5, and this is the last point, a more systematic framework of comparative research concerning civic religion in the late medieval Mediterranean, pointing out transregional similarities, divergent trajectories, and their visual expression in art and space management. And I suspect that Teresa Shawcross is moving in this direction. So, remembering the late Archbishop of Albania, Anastasios, to whom this colloquium is dedicated, I wish to conclude by quoting a phrase said by him in one of his interviews. I quote, "People sometimes ask me about my expectations, but I don't know about the future. You can only do your job with love and humility. I am not the savior of Albania, only a candle in front of the icon of the savior." Unquote. Regardless of the way one sees himself or herself in regards to religion, these words of wisdom capture the very essence of living with dignity and in harmony with others in these dark times. Again, I quote Archbishop Anastasios, "Do your job with love and humility." Thank you very much for your patience and attention.
Thank you, Chrysovalandimu, for filling our hearts and minds with these thoughts. And it is now my pleasure to invite Jack, who has been our guardian angel, who has undertaken a lot of responsibilities together with his PhD thesis, other research at the Institute, and other responsibilities in order to make sure that we could gather together virtually in the universe and to make sure that everything runs smoothly, for which I would like to thank him on behalf of all of us. And if he would allow me to also wish him on behalf of all of us happy birthday, because I think that it was either yesterday or the day before that you celebrated your birthday. We wish you all the best, good health, and every success in your research and every blessing in your life. So, my dear Jack.
Thank you very much. Threat of repeating some of the thanks that Chrysovalantis gave, but I think it's worth doing. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, as we draw to a close, it is both my honour and a privilege to offer a few words of thanks at the conclusion of what has been truly a stimulating and enriching colloquium. First, let us express our deep and heartfelt gratitude to our speakers, whose contribution have illuminated our conversations and inspired our thinking over these 2 days. We thank Professor Rustam Shukurov, Professor Nicholas DeLange, Dr. Evangelos Kataphilis, Dr. Chrysovalantis Kyriakou, Dr. Norman Russell, Reverend Father David Williams, Professor Yelena Erdolan, and Professor Teresa Shawcross for your fascinating and thought-provoking presentations. Thank you all very much. Your expertise, insights, and generosity in sharing your research have helped make this gathering truly memorable. As mentioned in our initial invitation, we fully intend to continue the life of this colloquium beyond these 2 days. To that end, we are planning to publish the annotated papers in a dedicated volume. We will be in touch with you in the coming weeks regarding the next steps in this process. Our sincere thanks go as well to our generous and accommodating hosts, the Institute of Classical Studies, for supporting our endeavours so thoroughly. We are especially grateful to Professor Catherine Harlow, the Director of the Institute, for welcoming us so warmly, to Katie Bolton, Institute Manager, for her tireless organisational efforts, as well as to her predecessors Valerie James and Ildiko Ola. Our gratitude also goes to Gemma Dormer, Academic Engagement Team Leader of the School of Advanced Study, whose expert guidance and encouragement have been invaluable throughout. Let us also give our thanks to the Embassy of Greece and to the Cyprus High Commission for their continued support of Hellenic studies in Great Britain. We would also like to express our appreciation to the institutions that co-organised this colloquium, the Hellenic Institute and the Centre for the Greek Diaspora Studies at Royal Holloway, University of London. To my co-organisers, Dr. Chrysovalantis Kyriakou, Dr. Evangelos Kataphilis, Dr. Paris Chronakis, and Dr. Halambos Denginos, thank you for your dedication, insight, and collaboration throughout this process. It has been a joy and a privilege to work alongside you all. Our fruitful collaboration and, above all, friendship has enriched not just the event, but the journey leading up to it. Lastly, but certainly not least, we express our warmest thanks to you, our audience, our fellow scholars, students and friends. Your engagement, your thoughtful questions, and your openness in sharing ideas and perspectives have truly animated the colloquium. Your presence has honoured us and given meaning to all of our efforts. It is this vibrant intellectual exchange that the true spirit of academia resides. We are pleased to let you know that a recording of the colloquium will soon be available, as it will be posted by the Institute of Classical Studies on their website. We hope this will allow those who could not join us, or those who wish to revisit the discussions, to benefit from the richness of our shared dialogue. As Dr. Harlambos Dendrinos movingly noted in his welcome speech, this colloquium is dedicated to the memory of Archbishop Anastasios of Albania, a visionary leader and a tireless advocate for peace, understanding, and interfaith dialogue. His life and ministry were a testament to the values of openness, compassion, and bridge building between faiths and cultures. His legacy continues to inspire us in both our scholarship and our commitment to fostering dialogue across differences. May his example guide our work. And now, on behalf of us all, I would like to invite the Reverend Father David Williams to offer a prayer for the repose of Archbishop Anastasios' soul as we formally close our colloquium. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Let us pray to the Lord. Lord, have mercy. O God of spirits and of all flesh, who has trampled down death and overthrown the devil and given life to thy world, do thou, the same Lord, give rest to the soul of thy departed servant, Archbishop Anastasios, in a place of brightness, a place of refreshment, a place of repose, where all sickness, sighing, and sorrow have fled away. Pardon every transgression which he has committed, whether by word or deed or thought, for thou art a good God and lovest mankind, because there is no man who lives yet does not sin. For thou only art without sin, thy righteousness is to all eternity, and thy word is truth. For thou art the resurrection, the life, and the repose of thy servant Archbishop Anastasios, who has fallen asleep, O Christ our God. And unto thee we ascribe glory, together with thy Father, who is from everlasting, and thine all holy, good, and life-creating Spirit, now and ever, unto the ages of ages. Amen.
Amen. Αιωνία του η μνήμη. Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Thank you all from the bottom of our heart.
Thank you.
And so long, when soon we will meet again.